Right, oh, here we go. We're live now. Today is the 29th of June, 2018. We're still waiting for a few people to add, like Astral, unless he's fallen asleep. Yeah, and a couple of other people. Obviously, Joey. I was speaking to him a little while ago, so I'm sure he's coming on. On the panel so far is Patricia, and we've got Flat Fred and Flat Earth Dude so far. So, hi, guys.
Flat Earth Friday.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone.
Hi,
What
Patricia.
what a brilliant way to spend it then. Yeah, I like that. Flat Friday.
Flat Friday, man.
Platform Friday.
Let's do it.
Yay. Well, we've been quite busy lately, as you can see.
Yes, you have. Very busy.
Oh, it's been awesome the whole time, because obviously I've spoken to Conspiracy Music Guru, and he's coming back next week. And yeah, it just goes on. It's just been a brilliant time lately, let alone last night with Santos. It's been months. I think just before Christmas, I think it was. Well, no, New Year's Eve we were speaking with Santos. So we haven't actually had a hangout with him since then. It's a long time. We could just talk about a few things because I'm going to get Flat Fred to. He's on pause at the moment because he was just going to talk about something. But very quickly, Flat Earth Dude, you're going somewhere on Sunday, aren't you?
Yeah, there's a big Flat Earth meetup here in my hometown at Streetwear Addicts in Anaheim. And it's about a 10 miles from my house. So it's the closest Flat Earth meetup I've been to.
Wow, that's I'm really pleased for you, because you usually have to drive miles, don't you?
Yeah, last couple times there was a lot of traveling involved, but this one's close, so I'm really looking forward to it. I know I think there's a few people I already know that are going, and the guy who's hosting it is really cool. They're gonna have like giveaways, and they're gonna have a fashion show, and they got a tattoo artist there that'll do a tattoo for you if you want one.
A fashion show?
Yeah, they're gonna have a fashion show.
Ah.
Flat Earth fashion show. I don't know.
Where did you go? Everything's flat. It's great.
So, and they do like Flat Earth clothing. It's a clothing store, so again, they're giving away stuff, and they're having some raffles or something. I don't know. So it sounds kind of fun.
Yeah,
that'll be tomorrow from like 12 to 6 tomorrow.
Saturday or Sunday?
Sunday. I'm sorry, Sunday. I'm thinking today's Saturday for some reason.
Yeah, it feels like Saturday today, doesn't it?
But it's Flat Friday, man. Come on.
Yeah, we've just done that one.
What's wrong with me? I was up late. I was drinking too. So I'm a little.
Who isn't up late when they're a flat earther? Anyway, back to we'll come back and talk to you in a minute, Flat Earth Dude. But I've got Flat Fred on pause. Flat Fred, just before we went live, you were just saying how we don't care about nature.
Yeah, I don't think it's I don't think we don't care about it. I just think we. Do you know all that stuff about water and rice and positivity? We just don't give it very much positivity, do we? We never really do. And I think a lot of people do. You know, I mean, generally, I think man sort of really does sort of understand the workings of nature. I really do think automatically, but say there's too much out there, isn't there? Too much out there taking over that vibration, because that's what it really is at the end of it. It's vibration. And so nature tries to sort of talk, but then again, she doesn't speak English, does she? So it's an hard one.
That not everybody knows about yet, because it's flat Earth, and a lot of people aren't flat Earth.
No, they're not. No, a lot of people are not. It's growing. it's growing now. You know, you probably feel it growing. I feel it growing. You know, it's hard work because there's that many lies, isn't there, Karen? There's that many lies. It's hard to sift through everything. So you hear something and then you've got to check it out, and then, like I say, you get diverted onto different ways, different streams of different information, of different waves of information, and some of them are good waves and some of them are bad waves. So you're constantly trying to find the right thing. But when I look at, really, back to nature's everything. Really, I think, really, if you look at it in simple terms, back to nature. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get back to nature, trying to get back to. I mean, we're on phones at the minute, so we're not doing much good at the minute. But back to nature is always the best way. And I think trying to listen to what she's saying, not in English terms either. So how do you do that?
Basically, if someone left you in a forest or something, you'd be so happy. If they so surrounded you, you'd go, "Oh, wood, forest."
Yeah. Well, I don't know. For some reason, I've always felt close. I've always felt close to nature, especially in the woods.
Yeah,
night times. Yeah, night time's a different time. Daytime's a different time. So I've always sort of ventured it in the daytime. Night time's a different time. I've seen what goes on in the woods at night. You know, I've heard I've done studies on what goes on in the woods at night. So I know there's two sides to every story.
Fred, what goes on in the woods at night?
Oh, there's all sorts of stuff like, hey, if you go down in the woods, I'm sure you'll find. Hey, I'm telling you now, this is the reason why that song was out, because it's a fair song as well. So, it's all sorts of stuff. I mean, I've found evidence of all sorts, tree tying, sort of, you know, it's witchcraft in it. It's ancient stuff, and knot tying, all that kind of stuff, using nylons and different metals to track frequencies. Horrible stuff. Really is horrible stuff. Really, druids, they're all into it. One time, maybe it was a good thing. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't a good thing at one time, because really, all we've really done is destroy it all. That's the way what I see it. I see it now, and when I look around and I look at where we are and what we are and how we are, everything's been too interrupted with stuff. We're too interrupted, so we've lost track of nature for a start. People think they have, and I think I have, but then again, I've got to say all the time, I don't know nothing. You can research and research, but you'll never know anything really. You get knowledge, but you never know anything. Like, I've researched trees, I've researched tree binding, I've researched ivy, I've researched where it goes back to, I've researched Dionysus, I've researched great Greek gods and where ivy actually comes from. And ivy's, it's got a purpose, like everything, and it'll wrap itself around mother to protect it. So, and that's what it's doing, because we're just not giving the right frequency off, and
it'll kill it, won't it, in the end? The ivy.
Eventually it does. But if you look at it, in some ways, it's not a death, is it? It's just a movement into a different way, into a different changing form. That's what it is, because nature's had to. And if you look at England, for instance, if you look at England 700 years ago, it was full of trees. It was just full of trees, and they all communicated together and with each other. And the ancient peoples, the druids, all sorts. I mean, Catholicism and religion's been around for a long time, but so was Druidry. It goes back a long way, and I look at it. The balance has been lifted and turned in the opposite direction of nature. So a man is supposed to have domination of nature, but is he supposed to have? Yeah, we're supposed to have domination of nature, but if you look at nature, nature's a very complex thing. So there's plants out there that'll kill you. There's plants out there that'll heal you, and there's plants out there that'll cure you. Every thing, every organism, every plant, especially, has got a purpose. Whether you use it for yourself, whether you use it for an ingredient of some sort, nature's abundant in life, and it gives us everything we need. But we don't take any notice. I think that's what I think. We rely on our doctors, rely on a NHS. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. We rely on it, and it grabs people's hearts. And really, Mother's responsible for healing us, Mother Nature, because that's what she does. She grows. She has the seasons, and she has abundance, and each season brings a certain abundance of certain things. And I think this is the idea is mother needs to be tended to as well, and she doesn't need to be ripped to pieces. Like that's what we do. That's all. I mean, even taking greenbelt land now. Yeah, I mean, if you go back 30, 50 years, nobody would have took greenbelt land. No one.
Yeah, well, they don't care anymore, do they?
No.
They're not making houses. Everything, every time they do a house, it's to do with money.
There's a real look at the fields of England, yeah, because that's what it is, isn't it? It's just fields of England.
Fred, we said earlier on in the 1700s that we were covered in trees. They were big trees, weren't they? They were bigger than what we've got now.
Well, mainly oak trees, yeah. Oak was very popular here, same as it was. It's been popular all the way throughout Europe. I say you've got your Jove's oak, which goes back to 700, the year 700. That was in Germany, in a place called Geismar. An artist knows about that, and that place is still worshipped now to this day. And that was a site of a giant oak, and that oak was chopped down by the Catholics. But Boniface, as Santos, I've said before, Santos did his research on Boniface, and Boniface was responsible for the taking down of the trees, and they found out some sort of way to harness the energy, which these secrets have always been there, but we don't know about them. They found some way to harness energy, and the energy took the tree down as well. You know what I mean? So it wasn't just sort of a couple of axes, because this tree was huge. We're talking huge. We're talking, nobody's seen a tree the same size. And when they finished with it, they built a church on it. You know, they built and accorded an oratory there, your oratory, and that turned into a church. Like all these places, they've all been desecrated and then turned into something else that attracts and harnesses energy, life force from us. And it's been turned on its head. That's the way I see it. It's been turned on its head because all we talk about is greed. All man sort of seems to progress on is greed, and it's all about money and the billions and the, you know, changing it, turn it into a credit system, paperless, moneyless. You know, this is the next stage, isn't it? Catholicism came into play in the 700s onwards, and it had a very powerful reign for a long time, because obviously they knew what they was doing, and they still like it now.
Do you see that the trees we've got now are beginning to grow, aren't they?
Well, they've still got the master tree. The trees are still there, Karen.
What I'm saying is, in say the last 10, 20 years, you can see that the trees have grown. You know, like
even the ancient trees are still there. They're still there. They haven't gone anywhere. You might have took the surface, you might have took it off the surface, but the ley lines, that is the trees, that is the energy, and it's all different now. It's not like it used to be. It used to be flowing. Life used to flow through these mountains. I mean, it's like rain. You know, rain. We don't get rain anymore. We get manufactured rain now. It's not It's not natural rain. You go to somewhere like Brazil, yeah, you'll get plenty of rain there, natural rain, because the environment's still doing its natural process. Whereas when you come to places like England, where they used to be the same as Brazil, it used to be the same, abundant and full of beauty. I mean, it's still full of beauty now. It's just been sieved down a bit, and cordoned off and separated, segregated, and divulged, and pulled to pieces, and then put back together again in a different way. So nobody sort of really thinks. But if you go back, and I mean, I love to go in just walks, I listen, but it's not English. We're not talking English here, are we? We're talking a vibration. We're talking a vibration, and you can't turn it into English, I'm afraid, can you? Because it's a sadness. That's what I feel, a sadness. I just feel a sadness, and then when I look at what Mother Nature's had to do to itself in order to protect itself from us, I just think, yeah, what a joke. What a big, massive joke. I mean, we all think about greed and money, and I mean, it's all backed by gold, and we all know gold's all fraud. It's just fake. Gold's fake, because it's not pure anyway. They might say it's 9999999, but it's not. None of it's got alloys added to it to make sure it stays in a solid form. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in a solid form. And the place is full of it. The earth is abundant in gold. It's everywhere. It's all over the place. And it's part of this world. This is it. That's what gold is. That's why it's got so much of a hold on people. And if you look at the root of the problem, the root of the problem is gold. Because that's what it
Very funny, Flat Fred. Ha.
Yeah. Well, this is it. It's the root of the problem. If you look at it in a weird sense, it's the root of the problem, because that's where it's from. That's where it's from. They mine it, they dig up places all over, they destroy habitats just to get down. I mean, these places, where these trees used to be, they're still there. They've just basically everything's downsized. So if you take a tree trunk and you cut a tree trunk, if you cut the tree down and then you leave the tree trunk and you leave it for sort of 10 years, it'll become alive again, but it just won't be alive in the same aspect. It'll be alive and abundant in other life, and that's what the ancient giants left. That's what they left us. They left us abundant areas where they still are abundant, and they're still full of life, and still full of love, and still full of joy, still full of happiness, still full of all the feelings that we were here for. Really, it's just that man has corrupted, greed has corrupted, and we talk about anxiety with James. Big up to James. I think he's great. The guy, he talks about the core issues, doesn't he? The anxiety, and fear. He talks about those root issues, and those issues are connected to everything, because it's a fear-based system we live in that is controlled by greed, and people can't help themselves because they're connected to it, and to pull yourself away from it. I struggle every day, I struggle every single day, and the only thing that stops me being, and I don't know, vanishing from this place is seeing that there's still beauty out there. There is still beauty out there. They can't get rid of it, because if they get
you've
rid
made
of that,
me really think about trees. I mean,
trees are
unfortunately, we take it all for granted, don't we? We take everything for granted. We don't even, I try to remember with hello nature. I don't know if Flat Earth Dude's the same. Hello nature, hello.
Karen, don't say hello to it. It doesn't like that frequency.
Oh, doesn't it? Oh no! Well, you know what I'm trying to mean. I'm greeting it. I'm just happy.
Bye. Hi.
Oh, they are trees. I'm looking.
Hi. It's great. Hey, I took my young ones camping. This is great. It's camping. I don't know if you've seen a pussy willow. Pussy willow is beautiful. It's got like sort of white sort of greyish, silverish leaves underneath, and the leaves flap about like little waving hands. You know, this is it. This is what I mean. You know, it's there to see if you really want to see it, in it really, and that's the struggle. It's a struggle for everyone, you know, because there's that much in the way. It's just a case of stepping back and trying to, you know. I just want to dedicate all my time to
I've
Mother
never
Nature.
thought about the trees being electric until you.
Yeah, well, say if you look at the electric universe that we're in, and then you look at them little leaves waving hi, you know, it's just there. That's having a lovely time. Don't matter what's going on around it, you know. Seriously, you know, it's a crazy place, but it's magical, Karen. You know it. It's magical, isn't it? This place is magical.
Yeah,
Really
did you
is
like
magical.
my little video I made? Because when the trees had no leaves on, it just reminded me of those mandel. Is it, you know, when they burn the wood and it makes those mandelbrot things? And I just was looking at the trees without leaves on, and I thought they're the same.
Well, that's the mandelbrot. That is mandelbrot. That is the mandelbrot system, isn't it? Because each leaf and each individual leaf grows the same as its counterpart.
Even the branches are like that, aren't they?
Everything is. It's all the same. It's all the same. And the thing is, this is it. What we don't realise is we see it above, but we don't see it below, and it's still going on below. Like I say, trees are ancient and they've been here a lot longer than we are, and they are multi-dimensional. So you could chop a tree down, don't matter. Doesn't matter. It'll still be here. It's gone into a different phase, isn't it? Really, just like when we go into a different phase, just like a butterfly.
Yeah, it's not like they turn us into a table, is it, or something?
Well,
Dude, did you want to say something? Hang on, did Flat Earth Dude? I saw his microphone. He was unmuted. Flat Earth Dude.
I wanted to get Fred's take on the Fibonacci sequence in plant life.
Yeah, well, it just repeats itself in flowers. You know, you just look at it. It's energy. It's an energy plant. It's like the electric universe. Everything is an energy in it. So when it grows and it shoots up, it shows you how it is. It shows you how things are here. They shoot up and they emerge and they thrive. Everything thrives. Because that's the system that we live in. That is the system. If you take everything away from it, that's man. That's made by man, every single thing. And you imagine that nothing here is of man. It's easy to do if you walk in a wood. And that's the system that we live in. That's the system. Like when you talk about trees and you talk about their expression in the bark, even their expressions in the bark is different, you know. The sycamore's got scaly skin, scaly bark, you know, and it flakes, you know, just like a bit of skin on your foot.
The trees have changed here, though, haven't they? I mean, like you say, we used to be oaks. They're not oaks anymore.
Well, we've changed, Karen, haven't we? You know, man's changed. Man's changed a lot. Man has changed. He's gone from being huge to being tiny. That's the way that it goes, isn't it? You know, because that's the way it is. It has to be like that, doesn't it? It has to be like that, you know, because we destroy everything. We do. So the trees, the ancient trees was cut down, weren't they? They was chopped down. The first tree, Yggdrasil.
Did you hear Maria Wheatley with the elongated headed people? Yeah. You know, they were there 1,000 years before the round-headed people, and they were short. They were tiny. They were like 5 foot, 5'5", and the round-headed people were taller.
It's all changed, and everything's changed here. If you can look around, I can see mountains, and I can look at artists' work. Some of artists' work is great because you know, he delves into places and areas where these energies are abundant, and it's quite clear to see in the areas that they are. You look at them, all these ancient Aztec sites. You look at the areas around them, the plant life around it. You know, is the plant life dead? The culture's dead. Man is gone out of that area, but the Mother Nature's thrived still. She's thrived even more. You know, and she's hidden man's beauty. Yeah, man's creativity. She's took it away because that's what power she's got. everything was huge at one stage, and everything's been chopped down to smaller and smaller pieces, and that's the way it is. You know, I mean,
Do you think it was
like I
huge
say, if you
because it's allowed to grow? Whereas we don't seem to like anything to grow today. We have to chop it down, don't we, to make something out of it?
Well, we over prune everything, and we overdo everything. That's it. We overdo everything. If you look at gardens, for instance, people have got to have them perfect and pristine and perfect. You know, everything's got to be perfect, and nature's not perfect. Not like that. She grows. You know, permaculture. You know, if anybody does any research on permaculture, we're learning which plants, biodiversity, which plants live with which plants. All plants live with all plants, but they're like us. They're not the social beings. You know, the social some plants don't like a certain plant in the same area. That's why when you'll go out in an area and a seed will come into an area and it'll start to grow, and then that area will flush it away. It'll flush that plant because it doesn't want that plant in the area. It's the same as everything. That's the way that nature is. But man should know better. Man should know better because we've had enough chances to know better. You know, this place is not. I mean, from any research that anybody does, this place has been here for a long time, and man's never learned. I just see destruction everywhere I look, because every time we look at any videos or we go into any sort of conversation or any sort of syncretism, it always ends up as if, oh,
Hello? What's that?
yeah, sorry. Hey, guess what that is? That's my washer.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah. It's on its foot. You know, the electric universe.
Is it all right now?
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it just needs to get going a bit. That's all. Yeah, I'd say it's just I got interrupted there, but yeah, I don't know where I was. But yeah, I mean, like I say, Karen, I've been doing research on trees, and I've always appreciated wood, and I've always appreciated what it does, because it does a certain specific thing. We're part of it. We're part of that environment. We have to be part of that environment because that's what the environment is. So we look at nature in its barest form, and then we look at ourselves in our barest form. There's so many similarities that we're connected in every way. We're connected to nature in every way. It's just that we get put off that connection because of the frequency is interrupted from mother, and we go around, we build more buildings, we take more land, we destroy more green belt, and then we lose that connection to nature. And then once we lose in that connection to nature, we're being arrogant to the highest degree, because we're chucking everything that creation's left us and ignoring everything, just like the rice experiment. Do you know what I'm saying? The rice experiment works. You ignore something, you let off a certain frequency. You appreciate something, you let off another frequency. You love something, you let off another frequency. And that is what nature's exactly the same. And people walking down the street and ignoring a tree, what do you think the tree feels? The tree feels because it was here before us. The tree is the world we live in. The tree is the expression of creation, you know, because the place was full of them. When you look at all ancient cultures, there's tree worship around everyone. You know, I've done research on ancient Egyptians. We've got problems with sycamores in this country. There's an illness with sycamores, and they get black spot disease, and basically all what happens to them, they just basically don't thrive. Well, nature can fight these illnesses and get rid of it. You know, they shed the leaves in the autumn, they go to sleep in the winter, and then they come back to life in the spring. And that cycle ain't ever going to stop. So they can heal themselves and beat these illnesses, which are all man-made. So, you know, has to be, because the ancients themselves in sycamore, they used to make the coffins out of sycamore trees, and they used to embalm themselves and store themselves in sycamore wood. That was the only thing that used to store themselves in. So the ancient Egyptians knew that there was something significant about sycamore, the tree itself. The Druids have got have got things about oak trees. There's that many different species of different tree. They're all basically cousins of each other. That's all they are. Just like you've got your different shades of man. You know, they're all relatives. They try and divide us all because it's the easiest thing to do, because it's the easiest. Man's dumb, isn't he? You know, he's dumb. He's like, yeah, show him a colour, and he can pick one. It's not that, is it? Because if you look at nature as it stands, and you appreciate nature for all its different diversity and its different beauty, you can also learn, because we have to learn how to appreciate different diverse cultures of man. It's been drilled into us from being young, and drilled into certain societies of lies, deceit of different cultures. You know, that's all it is. It's lies and deceit. So when we look at, we have to go back down to nature again to see the beauty in nature, and then we can start seeing the beauty in each other. Once we start seeing the beauty in each other, we can extend that beauty and sort of mess out, because the mess is having such an effect that eventually people will not have a choice to sort that mess out. That they won't have a choice. We won't be have these sort of, you know, the world's changing, Karen. If we can look at technology. We can look at technology. We can look at interface. You know, we can look at AI. We can look at out. We can look at anything. You know, and we see that the world's changing very, very quickly, and too quickly for me, too quickly for most of us, but not quick enough for some, if you know what I mean. A lot of people, if you speak to the average person about the average iPhone, most of them probably say, when's the iPhone 11 coming out? Or, you know, it's like, yeah, got you spellbound there. The thing is, I've got the gold in the phone as well, if you know what I mean. The gold's in the SIM, and obviously inside the phone, you'll have gold inside the phone. So if you look at it in a nature point of view, that frequency is being manipulated through a device, whereas that frequency normally is not manipulated because it runs through the veins of a tree. Yeah, and then those trees get cut down, then petrification happens, and then, like, you've got your floods, what happen in different countries and stuff. It's only so you can get petrification on the go, you know, because if you flood a plain that's full of trees with mineral rich water, you are going to get some mineral rich resources from that. If you have to wait 50, 100 years, because petrification doesn't take as long as what we are told it takes. It depends on the mineralization of the water, you know, and the conditions. So certain areas have been destroyed purposely in order to create wealth, in order to create the gold, in order to create the I call it a hypnosis. Because gold's a perfect. It hypnotizes people. If you look at people in a gold shop, anybody take notice of a person. If you look in a gold shop and you look at how they look at things, you know, that item you've got in your hand, that piece of materialistic goods, is more than what it is, because people are so devoted to it. Well, it's not to be devoted to; it's to be devoted upon. You know, not, you know. It's just manipulated. The full system's manipulated. It's driven by gold, and then that gold is used in ways that man struggles to understand. Everything's about money. Everything's about gold. When you realise that you can get gold anywhere you like if you want it, it becomes irrelevant. The financial aspect of life becomes irrelevant. It's so hard because there's a lot of truthers are stuck because they're like, oh well, I know all the truth, I just want to get out of it, but there's nothing they can do because they're stuck in that system because the frequency's got them trapped under it, and everybody suffers with that. Everybody suffers with it. To break out of that frequency is going to take a lot of effort from a lot of people gelling together, because that's the only way to do it. There's no other way forward because the system and the frequency that is holding at the minute, it'll just keep everybody under. It'll keep everybody under because it's so powerful, because it's been so powerful for a long time, for ancient, for times of ancient, since time of memorial, gold had a power upon man that man really does struggle, and I can see why materialism can make you strive to feel and go on, but the materialistic aspect of everything has to come from something, and that something is always from the place where we live. So in order to get something that's appreciated, because we've all done it and we've all been guilty of things and buying don't need to buy something of materialistic value, that value has got to come from somewhere, or the balance has got to be shifted. So then you buy that thing with value, and then that negativity is shifted onto mother. And then obviously, like I said, you ignore some rice, it'll go moldy. You ignore mother, she'll wrap herself up in ivy and hold herself, and she'll cut herself completely off from you, and she'll let man do what he wants. She'll let man do what he wants if nature cuts off completely from us. And that's what she's doing at the minute. She's entwining herself so much in the wild, in all over England and all over Europe. Incoming call. Hello, can you still hear me? I've got a call. Yeah, she's entwining herself that much that
there's too much ivy. There's too much ivy instead.
Yeah, well, but it's like I say, that comes from somewhere, doesn't it? And I even did some research on where it comes from, and that goes back to ancient Greeks. Dionysus even had ivy around his crown of his head, So it's crazy stuff. It goes like a spaghetti junction. You can divide yourself off and go into so much, but it's all beautiful, Karen, because all said and done, I can still see the beauty of Mother Nature out of it all. But the thing is, obviously, creation has got to have all the glory as far as I'm concerned, because without creation, we would have none of this. But anyway, I'm going to yield the floor for someone, and I think I've got a call coming, so I will be back.
Okay, then. Well, in the meantime, Flat Earth Unity Josh has joined us, and Joey is here.
Joey.
Hey, aloha, everybody. Sorry for being late.
Yay, he's made it.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Having a bit of a sweat there, Joey. Whew.
I thought it was an hour from now, and I was trying to get my little girl right here, all ready for her.
Oh, beautiful little angel.
Vaccine free and healthy as can be.
Just in case you don't know, on the panel, obviously you must see that we've got Patricia here. So you don't know her, but you know who she is. And do you know Flat Earth Unity and Flat Earth Dude?
Flat Earth Unity. I'm already in love with you, Flat Earth Unity, because that's my life motto. And Flat Earth, no, it is really, it's Flat Earth Unity. Otherwise, what's it good for, anyways, right? But and then Flat Earth Dude. I don't know if I know you, but I follow everybody. Anybody who's a hero, I follow.
Well, if
Appreciate
you
it, man.
remember going to California and someone was filming it when we went to the California meet, that's Flat Earth Dude. Flat Earth Dude's, well, all the people here are lovely. Flat Earth Dude's a lovely man.
Yep.
And obviously you just said you know Josh, so that's brilliant. Oh,
Yeah.
Flat Earth Fred's left. Anyway, Flat Earth Fred's lovely. He's such amazing. You know, the trees are electric, the trees, the nature, Mother Nature, he loves it. But obviously we've got Joey on right now. Joey has a special, well, not a special subject, but a subject that's very close to his heart that he's been talking about this week all over Facebook. Go for it, Joey.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Karen. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about this. By the way, everybody always asks, why are you wearing sunglasses? Well, I wear sunglasses because it protects my eyes from the computer screen, but I did a whole video on that, but that's why I do it. But this lava, there's a fake CGI lava video that came out about almost 2 weeks ago, and it had a 48-second lava video that in Puna showed supposedly lava flowing at supersonic fast speeds. Well, it just so happened, I don't care about that. It just so happened I'm on a crusade to prove that there's no volcanoes on a flat earth. And people keep on sending me all these videos of lava flow saying, haha, what is that? And I keep on trying to tell them, that has nothing to do with my theory. They haven't even heard my theory, right? They don't know that I'm saying it comes from underground lava tubes. So getting to the point, one particular video, the 48-second Puna video, lava flow video, was sent to me, and it had 10 million views at the time. And I was like, whoa, so it got my attention. So I looked at it.
You were like, what the flat? What the flat?
Yeah. So right away it got my attention, and I'm like, all I said was to a bunch of different flat earth communities, I said, that's fake. And the uproar that I got is the only reason why I'm here, because they're saying you're being cruel, there's people suffering over there, blah, 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 blah. But what they don't understand is that the majority of the world has never even been to a volcano in their life. I've been to the volcano more times than anybody that's watching this has ever dreamt of. And that's just the truth, because I worked for a company that allowed me to go there over helicopters.
Hey, Joe, just realize, just in case people don't know, you live in Hawaii.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. And I got friends on the Big Island. I do business on the Big Island. That's my livelihood. So, I mean, trust me, on the Big Island, just like with all news, nobody's worried about this lava, crazy lava. It moves slower than the blob. And so it's just, you know, and here's the thing. The guy that did it, I don't want to mention his name because I don't want to shame him. There's no reason to. He's not doing anything wrong. Yeah, we don't want to shame him. Here's the thing about it. He basically, what he did is he enhanced his footage, but all of the videographers do it. No. Lava's very boring. No. Lava's very boring. No. And so what they do is with their camera tricks and et cetera, they make it more red, et cetera.
Sounds like your little angel does not consent.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. And so anyways, it drew to my attention that was a fraud. And I pointed it out. And the only reason why I'm standing up for this point is not to defame the guy who made the video, because all the videographers are doing it. I just want to show everybody that 20 million people got fooled in 7 days. That's pretty sad. And a lot of them were truthers, because we're uneducated on volcanoes, what they call volcanoes. And so that's where I took this as a pedestal to say, okay, you know what? Why not use this as an opportunity? Because ultimately what I'm trying to do is go deeper and prove that there's a dome and stuff like that. So that's how it came across, and it's a fake video footage. Everybody who's analyzed it has said the same thing. It's obviously fake because, first of all, it was filmed at 9:24 a.m. in the morning. And here's the fakeness of it. The video itself is all legitimate, okay? It's 100% legit. The guy standing there legit. The lava flow on the bottom, the black lava flow, is legitimate. The smoke you see is all legit, except for the inserted looping lava that has ridiculous. Okay, I thought my microphone was muted. Sorry. That has ridiculous. You guys have been able to hear me? Karen, were you able to hear me? Okay, I thought I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
Anyways, the viscosity of lava, first of all, is going to be much different than water. So first of all, somehow it's forming its own tube and it's just flying at like speeds that Fernando Valenzuela of the Dodgers would have been jealous of, right? I mean, it's insane, because the world record highest to date right now is 16 miles per hour on the Big Island. that lava flow is clocked at going much faster. So he was just doing it not for any bad reasons. He was just enhancing his work because that's what sells. That's what got him. He got too greedy with his work. And I'm just using this as a pedestal to rise above, to rise to a different truth that I'm trying to get to. But the telltale sign is that it's way too fast. You know, lava doesn't travel that fast. What's holding it in that tube shape should surprise everybody. And stuff that you don't know about lava will surprise you. One thing is this: the bottom lava flow is black. That's what color lava is. That's why it's boring. That's why they don't get much money for their pictures. It's boring to look at, and it moves like slow, like the blob. At nighttime, they have tours that you can do called the nighttime glow tour. The contrast of the darkness with the coldness makes it have a reddish glow. Not even as red as you see in the pictures. I've been there so many times, day and night, going through the dormant lava tubes, over it by volcano, by helicopter and airplane and everything. So I can tell you, I come to you with all this information because I was actually really bummed out. No, baby. I was actually really bummed out when I first found out that there's no cone-shaped mountain to look down, that it came out of underground lava tubes. And I was also really bummed to find out there's no such thing as an eruption. I thought that an eruption was like, you know, something fantastic that maybe could happen someday. And I was educated by these volcanists there that the lava comes from underground lava tubes. Proof of that, we walked through the dormant lava tubes. And what we call an eruption isn't actually an eruption. When those underground lava tubes seep out onto the surface of Earth, they sometimes find cavities. And when they fill those cavities with their lava, as they push upon the boundaries of that cavity, they expand it with their tremendous force, heat, and pressure, causing debris from above to fall in upon it. And then an instant projectile is shot out. You would think it would absorb it. It doesn't. Just think of water in a frying pan. They pan in on that, and that's their money shots. Well, think about it. It causes instant projectiles. We do know this. So that same stream that's shooting across at like 100 miles per hour, and those things that are jumping up off of it, that wouldn't happen because the viscosity of lava itself is way different than that of water or anything else. So I was telling Karen earlier when I talked to her, if you get a bucket of water and you fill it up and you drill a little hole, the water will pour right out. Now you stick that same bucket and you fill it with honey, well, it's going to come out, but it's going to ooze slowly. Well, somehow if you could contain the lava to where it didn't melt, the container that was encompassing it, and you drilled that same hole, well, it may take a very long time, if ever, to come out because of the viscosity of it. So what I'm saying is that tube itself isn't going to have these things throwing up all willy-nilly. It would be extremely dangerous, and they would roll around and make fires. And those two guys that were standing down there talking to each other, they wouldn't be standing there just hanging out having a good old time. They'd be scared out of their minds. And you can hear the audio in the video, and the audio in the video is clear. You can hear them talking, you can hear noise. If that was actually occurring, what is the CGI fakery?
Yeah,
then,
somebody actually wrote on there, "Oh my God, what a terrible noise like that." And I said, well, I only copied it. You know, I didn't do anything to it. That's what it was like.
Yeah. And
it would be very hot there, wouldn't it? Then walking over it, but it still would be hot, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you can walk over lava. So I've been there so many times. It's doesn't kill people. It's safe. If your house is going to get burned, the people on the Big Island who get their houses burnt down, they're notified a few months ahead of time. And it may direct towards their house or it may not. That's how slow lava moves. For people who haven't been here, my goodness, the news has got you thinking that after watching the movie Jaws, that a great white's going to come to the shore and kill you. I swear that's what you think. But obviously I work there and everybody lives there, and they're still buying property where the volcano is. Why are realtors still selling property there, doing business there? You know what I mean? It's only in the news.
How far do you live from the volcano then?
Well, right now I live on the island of Maui, and that's about a 15-minute plane ride to the Big Island.
Right. And also, we were talking before earlier on today. You're not allowed to take pictures of it.
Yeah, you know, and that's something that's very recent. Yes, monkey. That's something that's very recent, and it's, you know, if you look into the legalities of it, you know, legalese, it's because you know, for your protection and so on and so forth. But they've perpetuated that this lava is going insane speeds. You know what? It's been active for over 37 years. It's been active since I moved here 21 years ago. I've been there so many times. It hasn't changed. The only thing that you're seeing in those videos is legitimate. Some of it's legitimate. Even the unenhanced stuff is legitimate. But they wait for an event to happen, like a lava being stuck in a pool or a bed, they call it. And then one of the cavity's walls that are holding it will sometimes give in. and they can tell ahead of time that's going to happen. So they're waiting there, waiting. And when it does, you get something that looks spectacular because lava doesn't sell. Trust me, it's boring. The lava tour, everyone goes, that's it. Bambi, you're eating choo-choo soup? You want to come up here and eat
But
a
if
choo-choo?
the lava was flowing as fast as that video, there'd be a whole new island by now, wouldn't there?
Yeah, that's insanity. It's insanity. The whole island will be covered in obsidian. Obsidian is the byproduct of lava, and you can see lava. You can walk all over obsidian that's on the island. All they did was they caught a breakage in a cavity flow that started to flow down. It moves super slow, except for whenever that happens. And that's all they did is they caught that, and they're trying to sell their videos. So they're not bad people. The guy's probably thinking, "Shut your mouth, dude. We all do it." And I know they all do it.
Shut your mouth, man. Don't give away the secret.
I know. I mean, it's like I have videographer and camera friends too, and I'm not saying I know much about it, but I know that the way they are able to take pictures and enhance it and show me the stuff they do, they can make a butterfly in the sunset look better than I can, and that's what these people do today. Who are you screaming for joy?
Hello there. Hello.
Hey.
Hi, everybody. Yeah.
That's funny. She's got
Yeah, we
nothing.
can say a noisy flat child.
Let me ask this: does anybody disagree with the findings that I've come out with?
Just before we came on, we were talking, me and Flat Fred. He's in the same place as you, Flat Fred. Volcanoes aren't real. Yeah, you're the same flat Earth dude?
What's that?
Oh, I was just asking, Flat Earth dude. Yeah, we're with you, Joey. And that footage is.
What about
I've been to the volcano like 20 years ago, and it's a very boring thing, man. But yeah, there was a little bit. We took a helicopter ride over it, and there was a little bit of that red, yellow fire, lava flow. It was very maybe like the size of a swimming pool or something.
Let me just pause you for just a second, brother, just real quick. You said it's very boring. Everybody says that after the tour. I was an activities agent, and I sold the tour. That's how I got to go for free all the time. But everyone said it was so boring when they came back. It looked exciting. But check this out, brother. Didn't it shock you too when you're like, you didn't see a cone-shaped mountain, you just saw a big flat plateau with all the lava pouring out? You're like, wait, where's the, you know what I mean? That's what everyone's disappointed when they see it because the pictures don't tell what's really going on. I'll be right back, guys. I'm being drug away.
Yeah, and I walked around the volcano for a bit, and there was some steam coming up, and it smelled very sulfury. So we didn't stay there that long, but it is an amazing place, but it is boring. It's really not. It's not like they make it look in the movies,
And that's why when you see that video after visiting there, isn't it like laughable? It's like a diamond planet, or it's like it's like Tesla in space. It's like you can't even entertain it. And then the people who are heckling it, they're heckling it based on ridiculous reasons. Here's the most reasons that people have told me: that I'm incompassionate to the people that are suffering there. I'm like, you guys, that's a straw man tactic, first of all, and I'm telling you to look at the video. And second of all, I live here. I think that most people don't realize that.
Can I just say that Astral's joined us as well? Hi, Astral.
Hello, everybody. Hi, Joey.
Hey, Astral.
How's it going?
Yeah, Astral, you wanted to ask something?
Yeah, I was going to say, it's kind of on the same subject about slow rate of lava flow. Has anyone ever made a volcano? You can do like out of bicarbonate soda and what is it, vinegar and soap suds, yeah? I made one with my kids in the garden, and they were so disappointed because they thought it was going to explode and it was going to, flow really fast and all that kind of stuff, but no, it was so slow, and I was actually very disappointed as well because I wanted it to be like, more flowing. And if you make it the way that, you can make it, there's recipes and what have you, it's very, very slow and very, slow. Kids want excitement and fast and fire and spouting out of the top, eruption. And no, it wasn't like that. But that was just a little one we made out of sand. Yeah, I yield the floor.
And think about the physics of it too. Imagine if what they said was true, and you know that the temperature of lava, it's like 1800 degrees to 700 degrees, depending on how long it came out or how recently it came out of the ground. But think about the physics of it too. The temperature, 1800 degrees, okay? That's ridiculously hot. That means anything that touches is going to become an instant projectile. So all of a sudden, this really tall cone-shaped mountain is going to have lava starting to come through it and funnel out the top eventually. What would really happen if you look at physics? If you look at physics, what would happen if for some reason that were to occur is the mountain that's cone-shaped would implode upon itself, akin to the 9/11 towers. Seriously, they want to insult our intelligence by thinking that, you know what I mean? And even volcanists themselves will tell you 95% of all lava flow comes from underground lava tubes. And once you start to understand that, then you can realize what an earthquake really is. An earthquake isn't an earthquake. What is it? Well, it looks like a cave-in because it is. It's from the underground lava tubes that are flowing under the earth, causing movement between us and the earth, and it causes eventual cave-ins, which we call earthquakes, which is basically, if you look at it like this, volcanic activity, seismic activity, hand in hand. That's the reason why. So we need to educate ourselves on what lava really is, and we'll start to learn more about this flat earth that we live on.
The earthquakes then, they must be pretty big lava movement then, and collapses and things going on for it to affect miles of...
It doesn't necessarily have to be, Karen, because remember, okay, as these huge subway-sized tunnels of lava are traveling underneath the earth, whatever's between us and earth could be maybe a hollow spot. Maybe it could be, you know what I mean? Who knows what it is? So it's just depending on what's in between us and the earth. And that's why it always kind of caves in and it looks like a cave-in. So the tectonic plate theory of earthquakes doesn't make sense anyways. And it's easily explained by the lava tubes. Lava tubes are amazing. I would love for anybody to just research them because it's hard to come to Hawaii. But research lava tubes, dormant lava tubes. They course through the earth like veins through our body. It's fantastic.
So I mean, if you actually look into volcanoes a bit more, you'd realise that they're not real things. They're not on mountains. They're not. This is rubbish.
They want to perpetuate a super volcano underneath us. You notice how it's always underneath us? Oh, it's underneath Yellowstone. It's underneath Iceland.
Yellowstone. Yeah, Yellowstone, the big one.
Nobody will evacuate for a fire, for a hurricane, for none of that stuff. But people will if they think that there's a super volcano. They want to be able to evacuate us coming up by around 2020. And that's what this whole warning is kind of about anyways. I'm trying to lead up to something, but I don't think anybody will listen if I just say what I got to say. So leading up.
All right. We're leading up.
Well, I mean,
so
I'm not trying
to follow this.
I'm not trying
no,
to
follow.
I'm just saying that, like, you know, there's a whole bunch of information. It's just, the point is that they're bad, we're good. The more truth unlocks more truths. So I'm just carrying my story as it goes that way. But
exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly, yeah, we're leading up, man, to more truth. So one of the guys I follow, Marty Leeds, he just moved to the Big Island, and he was out there filming, and it was just this giant plume of smoke, you know, right near his place there on the Big Island. What's causing that giant plume of smoke, man? Is it just hitting the water, or what's it doing?
Yeah, it's a combination of things. It depends on what it's coming into contact with. Usually it's the water. The water creates crazy steam. That's like, I forget who I was talking to on here that's been to Hawaii and did the tour on the helicopter. I don't know if you did the ocean tour too, but there's a boat that you can go into where the water's pouring down into the ocean. And a lot of people think those videos those are the real ones. Those are real because lava, when it's falling, free falling, it's at 1800 degrees and it's going downward. So it's like, you know, it looks pure. It looks beautiful, but it's just a short distance from it in the ocean. And that's all those pictures of that steam that people are seeing. They're taking money shots. That's all it is. It's a case of no harm, no foul almost, because, you know, just they don't think there's anything wrong with it, and there really isn't. You know, it's just that, you know, I'm just calling it out because it's getting in the way of people thinking that volcanoes exist. I don't know why it is, but maybe it's helping to lend a hand to my knowledge of what we call volcanoes. You know, maybe this is helping that because, you know, there's no such thing, and for them to insult our intelligence, thinking that physics could defy this rock mountain, that all of a sudden for some reason lava is going to start flowing up it and not dismantle the mountain at the same time as this is occurring, is absolute rubbish. You know, and they want to ultimately perpetuate a super hoax. You know, the super hoax is going to be the super volcanoes. and that's what they're leaning for.
They want
Because they can't share us with war. Even
they
World
want
War
to keep us in Hawaii. Is that it? They want to keep us over there at the moment. Is that it?
What's that?
They want to keep us looking at Hawaii at the moment. They're keeping us over in Hawaii.
Probably.
Do you think have lots of people lost their homes then?
No, it's crazy. People are buying houses and selling houses. For the last 37 years, I buy and sell real estate as well, right? For the last 37 years, since the volcano has been extremely active, to this date, people are buying and selling there. And the realtors have it in the disclaimer, as the lava continually flows, so I'm paraphrasing it, you know that we are not liable, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's why they get their land cheap. Because the lava's constantly just seeping out. It always has been and it always will be. They say the last 37 years, but it's always been seeping out. All the lava vents have always been seeping out. You know what I mean? Take everything that they say, and it's not only is it a lie, but it's the opposite. So it's real easy to find out. But that video is such a hoax, and I'm not blaming anybody in the truth community for coming out and saying, "Nah, Joey, it's not a hoax." Actually, I commend you for that. That's what you're supposed to do. But hey, you got somebody here who is a whistleblower, and you know what sucks about this, Karen, is I thought I was going to feel good about blowing the whistle, but he's actually a really good guy, and he doesn't know he's doing anything wrong. He's just enhancing his photos and videos, and they all do. You know, every photographer does in every line of work.
Yes, he went a little bit over the top on that one, though, didn't he, with the speed?
God, he went crazy. That's why he got 20 million views in 7 days, and then I called him out on it, and then came to a stop. What a coincidence. And you should see his...
Globebusters have just said hello to you.
Gee-hoo. What's up, brother Bob? Bob is the man. Bob is a giant. Jeez, I felt like a...
Bob is the man.
Yes,
Thank
he
you,
is.
Bob. Thank you for all you do, man.
Yeah, Bob, you're a legend, brother. So are you, Karen. So is everybody. We're all heroes. That's what I love about it. That's why I say Flat Earth Unity, because we're all heroes.
We are. We're all doing our part, man. And
Without ego.
It's great. What was
Yeah,
that, Josh?
it's great because, like, you know, Fred on trees, Flat Earth dude. He's like our television. You're like we follow you with your camera. Volcanoes, you. Flat Earth Unity does his own thing. Astral, we'll do our own thing. We can't all do the same thing.
Yeah, I've got a theory on volcanoes.
Go on then, Fred.
Hello? Yeah, sorry.
Go on
yeah,
then.
I've got a theory on volcano. They're just if anybody does any research on mining, major mining, like sort of industrial mine, massive mines. They're all over the place. They're easy to find, aren't they? You'll see that the material that that they scoop out then gets processed, and then it gets shipped out and what have you, and there's more processing and more processing, and then they do everything on site, yeah. So they'll have a certain area where they'll start processing, yeah, and then they'll start using chemicals, and these chemicals are slow reacting chemicals, and you'll look at some of these mines. A typical mine, they'll have huge mountains of waste, and then inside that waste there's a chemical reaction that's starting, and these chemical reactions could have been from millennia ago. You know, I mean, they've always had to process gold. They've always had to process it. So even when you look at the ancient Egyptian times, they've always had to process it. So that process is purifying, and that purifying takes a lot of it's a process, and there's different ways to do it, but the majority is done by chemical processing, and they leave big piles of mountains of residues, and these residue mountains have still got chemical inside them, and then these chemicals eventually they turn into furnaces, and then the chemical the gases can't take it, and then you get an implosion, which turns into an explosion, and then, like say, lava is unexplained. So if it's a chemical reaction that's constant, it's a chemical reaction that's constant. So and mining does involve chemicals that are reactive, gold mining is a major industry, is it not? I mean, is it not? Or is that just me? It's a major industry. So all over the plain, all over this plain, it's a major industry wherever you go. So the volcanoes, some of them, I won't say all of them, but some of them are a residue from mining.
Can I just interrupt you there, Flat Fred? When you say gold mining, about gold, it's all over the place. I mean, I was walking today for, I don't know, an hour. I must have walked past, God knows how many gold mines.
Yeah.
What are you talking about, man? Where are gold mines? Mainly, where? We have them in South Africa.
Yeah.
Other places in Africa.
They're all over the place.
All over the place.
Yeah, everywhere. They're everywhere. Gold mines. Gold mine.
How many gold mines do you know of in the UK? I don't know of none.
I don't know of any. No, I don't know of any. But the thing is, it's not just about mines though, Astral. 70% of gold is found in placer deposits anyway. So, placer deposits are the main source. But gold's a real technical thing, mate. You know, I mean, it's got a big hold over man, is it not? It's got a big hold over man. I think it has got a very, 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 very big grip hold of man. Because if you've got gold, you've got money. If you've got money, you've got power, or so-called, so you think. Only power in this material realm. Yeah, in the spiritual realm, you've got nothing. And gold is the emphasis of this realm in every aspect because of where it comes from. It comes from petrification of certain organisms. Quartz veins is mainly where people find gold. The dig for quartz veins, and off these quartz veins, there's also other organic connective compound that is also full of gold. But these miners, they don't go for these placer deposits. Mainly they're after the malleable gold that's right next to veins, because that's the most precious stuff. When you're talking about placer deposits add 70% of the production, but they're all the chemical processes that you have to use to purify, and that's where this place has always been. I mean, I've seen mines in South America that are absolutely huge. You've got monster trucks on there, and they look like little tiny minis. These places are huge, and these places are in specific places because the specific places yield specific amounts. So in different parts of the plain, there is different trees and different organisms that yield different amounts, and this happens all over the place. It happens all over, but it is everywhere. I mean, England is a place that's resourceful, quite resourceful of gold, and America too. I mean, obviously there's plenty of gold mines in America, and also Australia. I mean, people say that you could pick it up off the floor in Australia, but when you look at it, most of it's outback. Yeah, they've got Ayers Rock, which used to be a big tree. Obviously, there's been a lot of action in Australia over the millennia that's happened because of the climate. It's a different place.
Can I interrupt?
Yeah,
it's not called. Sorry, it's not called Ayers Rock anymore. It's called Uluru, isn't it? To be politically correct. Sorry to interrupt you, Flat Fred.
Well, that's just. Yeah, but
I'm sorry, brother. Go on.
That's all right, mate. But that's just nomenclature, isn't it? Hey, that's what's got us in this big mess in the first place, isn't it? Nomenclature. That is it. That's what's got us in the mess. Because when we talk, this is it. This is it. Because manifestation. This realm is that messed up. It's had that much problems and that much greed that I don't think anybody really knows where they are now. and it's a struggle because, like I said, in the past, with the calamities that have happened in the past, whether we know about them, what's happened or not, we know. I personally, within myself, regard it all to do with greed, you know, because that's all that's ever existed, really, as far as I look at it, and from what history I've done, from it's and gold is significant because it's the lifeblood. It's the lifeblood of the ancient trees that used to be here. And obviously, I don't know if you've heard of saying a heart of gold. Heart of gold, yeah. Well, that's got some significance too, So, I mean, creation's a beautiful thing, and it's created a beautiful place for us, and it's magnificent in every single sense of the word. It doesn't even do it justice, that word, magnificent. It does not do it justice what this place is, because this place is astounding beyond belief, and belief's got a lie in it. So every bit of language that we can use will never ever magnify how wonderful this place is ever, because it's all fixed language, and we've all been fixed to speak it, and the only way that we can get around it is obviously intent, and my intent is obviously creation. This is creation's place. This is not ours. It was never ours. How could it be ours? Because all we do is destroy it. It's never been ours, and we've got no control when it gets destroyed. If it gets destroyed by plasma, if it gets destroyed by electromagnetism, if it gets destroyed by lightning storms, la-di-da-di-da, we've got no control over that, because all we do is destroy it over the greed, and then that greed causes suffering, and then that suffering obviously has a manifest capability to give greed.
Yeah, everything's just a lie upon a lie upon a lie upon a lie upon a lie. Yeah. I just wanted to just one moment just there, like when you're talking about lies. So Joey, what do you think all this thing is about volcanoes? Because people like us, or people like you, waking up, no, this isn't real. This is lies. What's this all about then with the volcanoes, or the pretend volcanoes?
Well, you know what? I think that here's my opinion. Just like my example is the moon landing was fake. We all know that. So I'll use that as a metaphor. The people behind the telemetry data, they don't know it's fake. They don't need to know it's fake, right? They're just reading telemetry data. The people building the rockets, et cetera, they don't need to know it's fake. Well, with the volcano volcanologists that are, or the videographers that are taking this video of the lava flow, they're just simply doing it for sales. But the powers that shouldn't be allow this to be perpetuated, because they're the ones that perpetuate it in the first place, because they're trying to suppress information from us, of course. And this is going to be a super hoax. They want us to get, they want us to all evacuate the California area coming up here pretty soon. Yellowstone is going to have an imminent, super volcano, and they lie about everything. So why are they doing this? I don't know, but it's in the news. And for me, I'm a whistleblower because I live here. And so I looked at it and I said, no, you can't do it. I actually came out and said this 3 years ago, but nobody listened. It's just now recently because it's in the news. So I use it as a platform. But yeah, Karen, I wish I had better answers. But you know what? The reason why I shared this is because I want other people to look into this truth, because one truth opens up more truths. And they don't want us to know this, because I believe, Karen, in my heart too, that they're trying to hide a really important fact of, every flat earther says that our ancient ancestors at the beginning of time believed the earth was flat in motion, right? But they always conveniently leave out that it was dome encapsulated. And if you start to look more into the dome, it starts to give more proofs. But anyways, that's kind of deep. Maybe I'm going too far on that.
Hey, so I just wanted to say that Fraymo Videos has just joined us. That was the bit of noise coming in there. Hello.
Fraymo, Chehu, brother.
Hey, what's happening, guys? You right? Yeah. Sorry about the noise in the background. I'm not at home right now.
Anyway, glad you could make it.
Yeah.
Karen, I'll be back. I'm going to change my baby's diaper, and I'll be back to join in just a moment. But I have the audio on so I can hear everybody, okay?
Excellent. Okay,
I want to give a huge shout out to Tommy Rogers, Hoary Sheet Show, buddy.
Hoary.
Glad to see him back. I'm glad to see him back. I know he's gone through some relationship stuff, man. Been there, done that. So I get it. Takes a while. All right, that's it. Go ahead.
Yes, shout out who else is on there, Flat Earth Unity, because I can't see the chat, and it's nice for people to,
All right,
be
Lady
recognised,
Lake,
show their
75.
respect.
Puckett,
Go for the Flat Earth dude.
20. Racer, FE. Malt Chatters. Shetty. How you doing?
Siddy.
Siddy.
There. My friend Milk.
Sky
Milk.
Beer.
Hello, Milk.
There's a few. Glad to see you guys in the chat. Thank you guys for hanging out.
Hey, Karen, is it possible that you can put the chat up on the screen one time? I'm not saying now, but another time. It's nice
Yeah,
to
we have
follow
done
along.
it before. We have done it before, haven't we? But yeah, I can do. But anyway, just so that Fraymo, because he's new to our panel, just so that he understands, the guy with the moon is Flat Earth Dude. We've got Flat Earth Fred. The person with the, what is that? Yeah, the animal with the, what do you call those? It's not a turtle.
A
What is it?
hippopotamus. Come on, Karen.
No, it's not a hippopotamus. I can't even think. I'm so
A
tired.
giraffe.
Come on, I've got to bang out.
A tortoise. Turtle.
That's it, tortoise. Well, I couldn't think then. That's Flat Earth Josh, or Flat Earth Unity Josh. Obviously, got Fraymo. We've got Joey Rocha he's in Hawaii.
Maui.
He's there.
Maui.
Patricia and Astral. But Flat Earth Dude and Josh are from America. Flat Earth Fred's UK. And Fraymo's from the UK.
Yeah, wow, man. Well, hello, everyone.
All right, Fraymo. Where are you from?
London.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah.
London. It's flat over there, right? London,
Yeah,
it's flat.
I spotted him on, he was on Joe's Hangout, Science Academy.
Yeah.
You hang out with Joe, don't you?
Yeah. I met Joe through Bro Sanchez.
Yeah, and they're having a very good discussion the other day about not actually aliens, but just flying objects or people capturing those pictures of unidentified flying objects. But yeah, that was a good talk
build.
the other day.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going with the flow. So whatever topic came up, we were just basically building on that. And then I think it was like the aliens and stuff and technology.
Yeah, just asking you then, how long have you, because obviously, Fred's into trees and Joey's come on to talk about volcanoes aren't real and all the stuff in Hawaii. A lot of it's just rubbish. It's a lie. And people keep putting videos out of these super flows and it just doesn't happen like that. So
I think what we got to realize, yeah, is we're living on this, like this is orchestrated. Like everything is orchestrated. It's not you can't say some of it's natural and some of it is definitely orchestrated, like to keep basically maintenance. If you have like a property and you've got people living in the property, you're gonna have maintenance, right? So it's just like the same thing. So let's just hearing what you just said, that just came into my head.
So how long have you been a flat earther then? Because obviously everybody else on the panel, we all know each other quite well. And I don't know you very well, but like how long have you been a flat earther?
I think 2 years now. But I've always been like suspicious about everything. Do you know what I mean? I just couldn't get my head around it to find out exactly what was going on. But then I think it was the time when I was looking for like the government's like secret space mission, because I kind of knew like the images and the videos and all these other things that they were giving us. Like it was just, you know what I mean? I knew they was just giving us a lot of crap. So
are your friends and family into this, or is it just you?
Nah, it's just me right now. It's just me. I mean, my friends are kind of like suspicious about everything else, about obviously the government and stuff. But I mean, flat Earth is a whole new thing. it's a new way of thinking. So I don't think a lot of people's like kind of ready for it. You've got to be searching for something. You've got to be already searching for the truth.
Yeah, then it finds you. Then
Exactly.
it finds you.
Exactly, and then it finds you, because that's exactly what it done to me. I was already searching, so when I found the answer, I was like, yeah, it kind of all made sense, and then that was it. That was it. I just basically found my answer, and that was it. And then I just started listening and researching, and yeah, so now I'm here.
And once you know this, I'm sorry, you will say once you go flat, you cannot go back. You can't go back.
You can't. I mean, common sense. I mean, this is like a computer game. It's like levels, isn't it? Like, so you go up levels, and you know what I mean. It's levels. It's levels. Right now, I see myself on a certain level. So the only way is up.
Yeah. Do you see that it's getting bigger and that it's coming out whether they like it or not?
Open. What do you mean? The information.
Yeah, like they're really hanging on to the
You know what's
globe.
funny? Do you know what's funny? I was having a conversation with some friends today. Obviously, like, a lot of my friends are like kind of business oriented, and like, and they were talking about like weed, like cannabis being legal in America, and all these other things. You know what I mean? And then my friend was like, "Yeah, it's coming to the UK. Trust me, it's coming to the UK." I'm sitting there thinking, okay, but what could be why is the purpose? Why are they doing that now? So I sat down and kind of thought about it and said, okay, so my kids are going to grow up in a society of cannabis being legal. And it's come at a time where information is basically flowing, So if my kids are going to grow up enjoying cannabis and cannabis being legal, then, what cannabis does, it just relaxes you. It doesn't, it makes you, it kind of weakens you, sort of thing. Like, not weakens you, but it's somebody. If
Did you know that we have an endocannabinoid system? Have you ever researched that?
Sorry,
Have you ever researched the human endocannabinoid system?
Yeah, we have receptors. We have receptors, don't we, in
Yeah,
our body, in our brain, and
that's why they tell us to take our tonsils off, because they're useless. They're the storehouse for the endocannabinoids.
hold on.
well said.
Sorry, say that again.
Brother, I was just asking if you've ever researched the endocannabinoid system. It was discovered in the 1990s.
No, what is that? Is that something that's in our body? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll abbreviate it for you. If you don't have vitamin C, you'll get scurvy. If you don't have vitamin D, then you're going to get depression. If you don't have vitamin weed, you're not going to thrive. They discovered this in 1990. All that we have been taught about cannabis is actually incorrect. They do lie about everything. That's why our forefathers were using it, and that's why all the natives were. I was just pointing out, you may not have looked into it, or you may have, but what's your opinion on the endocannabinoid system?
So what you're basically what that does? You're saying it doesn't allow you to strive.
No, can I explain something, please? I know a little bit about this.
Because the way what I was saying about what my thoughts on cannabis was. I mean, I don't think cannabis is wrong. I'm just thinking about the moves that these people are making. I mean, in the 60s and the 70s, everyone was like so relaxed and preaching love and cool and all these other things. They were very, very laid back. And that's because there was a cannabis crisis. Do you know what I mean? So I just see it as maybe they're bringing out cannabis to just basically make everyone just relax and fall back and not question anything. Or even if they do question anything, they'll be too laid back to even.
They're just trying to hijack the legitimate beneficial health benefits of it by eventually making it legal for everyone, but only legal from them, and then they're going to synthesize out the good stuff. That's just what they did to tobacco too.
They could have did that a very long time ago.
It's corporate greed.
Sorry? They could have done that a very long time ago if that was the case.
But it's corporate greed. Corporate greed is one of the main reasons why they suppress the use of cannabis, because of its health benefits, and because of its health benefits.
Money and stuff is not really. It's not really relevant. It's basically resources, like the things that control us is what they after. Do you know what I mean? Money is one of them, but they print money. Money's nothing. It's not corporate greed at all. It's a chess move. I can see it on a big scale. It's a chess move.
Yeah, Freya, it's all going GM anyway now, mate. Your wheat supply is going genetically modified, so they've already got the fingers in it, haven't they? Just like the oat, what was Santos was talking about yesterday, the oat, you know, the very stuff that we eat, you know, it's GM, you know, and they've even doing it with cannabis use, because cannabis use is quite wide. And if you notice, cannabis oil is just come out and just starting to make an appearance in society, you know, just making an appearance again in society, and everybody's jumping on the bandwagon. And even the Prime Minister of the UK.
Well, can I interrupt you there, Flatfred? What's happened is this: that people on the internet have released videos claiming and stating. Can someone mute? There's a lot of noise in the background there. But people have been releasing videos on the internet showing that they can make oil and it's curing this. Look at my son having spasms. Give him the cannabis oil. 1 minute, 2 minutes later, he can walk. He can, be normal again. And when all this information is being released, it's going far and wide, and it's going so fast. It's unreal. I mean, I've known about this for so long. I mean, really, since it's been on the internet. This is what's happening, and they can't stop the flow. They can't stop this flow because we know it's good for you. Cannabis has got so many good beneficial uses. Not only that, hemp, it's got 1,000 uses, man. It's so good, and it's natural.
We have built-in CB1 and CB2 receptors. It's necessity. It's a necessary nutrient for us to thrive. Without it, you can live, but you can't thrive without it.
True. That's why we have the receptors in our body. Yeah, the CBBD as well, and the CBBA. There's different. I'm not going to get into all that because I don't know enough about it. But it's intriguing, that we have those receptors for a reason, and the reason is.
Questions. It's beautiful. It's the maestro of our body. It's the orchestra. Yeah. It works in a retrograde motion. It tells our body what to do, and it also always tells it the right thing to do. It's your best friend. Sometimes you're having muscle aches. You shouldn't be. It goes into your body and tells it not to ache anymore. It's beautiful. It's your best friend.
Yeah, cannabis is definitely good for you, 100%. I mean, like, if you use it correctly as well, definitely it's good for you.
Yeah, as long as you don't smoke it.
I'm not saying there's anything.
It's more important than healing it too.
You don't get any health benefits by smoking it. If you put it in tea, you can get benefits from it. If you make oil from it, you can get benefits from it. Smoking it, there is no benefits from that.
The only argument I would make with you against that, and
apart from getting laid back, and chill.
Yeah. That's the only argument I would make that somehow.
And that is a benefit. That is beneficial. That is a benefit.
But the leaf that everybody knows about that symbolizes the marijuana leaf. Did you know that that's the most important thing that nobody's eating? The raw leaf of the cannabis has up to 60 times, not percent, but times more of the active lipids that are bioavailable to our body. You're not going to get the high unless you juice it, but you're going to get the medicinal benefits big time.
I have to say that this subject, Joey covers quite a lot, don't you, Joey? Yeah, he's put his thumbs up. Sorry, Fraymo, what were you going to say?
I mean, what happens today affects the future. So I'm seeing it as, okay, if it's legalized now, there's a lot of sensible people that would use it sensibly. But the new generation, it's going to be free to them. They're going to be able to use it anyhow they want. They're going to be so laid back. They're not going to care about anything. They're going to be sitting there talking and everything like.
Hey, brother, just a quick question. Do you smoke weed all the time? Just out of curiosity, because I do. I'm just curious if you do or if you ever have.
I've smoked weed in the past, but it's
okay. Well,
something
coming from somebody who smokes weed all the time, I'm just letting you know it's a misconception, and it's okay because it's a common misconception. Because your first reaction was probably to get paranoid. Your second reaction was to relax. You didn't give it time to sink in. It takes about 3 weeks for your endocannabinoid system to fill up. I'm a high-functioning businessman owning 3 businesses here in Hawaii, and I just smoked it before I got on camera, and I will again when I get off. So I'm not trying to like say anything bad, but I'm just saying that, brother, it's so important for you. It'd be like getting sunshine. So it's that good for you. It's actually there's nothing.
You know what? I've heard it all. Like what you're saying is so intriguing. I mean, it makes me want to smoke it. But then when I do, it's always a bad experience.
I tell everybody, smoke it, but you know what? Slowly, gradually do it. Imagine you had white skin. I don't know what color anybody's skin is, but if you had the whitest skin and you're going to the sun, you give it 3, 4, maybe 5 minutes the first time, and then continue to go further. The same thing with cannabis. Give it a slowness, but also eat the cannabis too, because remember, you have CB1 and CB2 receptors. What does that mean? Well, I've looked far into it. You need to balance out the two. Just like with your fatty acids, you need to balance them out. Well, everyone's stuck on smoking it, but guess what our ancestors did? They made salads out of the leaves, and it's legal and it's free, and that's some information that we don't know too. You can grow your own legal weed as long as you're not trying to bud the flower, and eat the leaves, and it contains 60 times more. Just juice it, and actually, if you juice it, you'll get 10 times higher, I promise you, than you do smoking.
Are you high right now?
I'm always high, brother. I'm always high on cannabis and my 2 favorite words in the psychedelic industry.
Okay. I trust you.
Magic mushrooms.
Do you know what? Yeah, I stopped. Like the only thing that I do is drink alcohol, and I've tried to stop that.
Don't drink alcohol. Don't drink alcohol, brother. That's the only drug that I'm really against. Even cocaine, I'm not for it. But
what about
alcohol
magic mushroom?
Consumes you. It's an evil spirit.
Mushroom?
What's that?
What about magic mushroom?
Oh, brother, magic mushrooms are gonna do it. Microdose it. Do microdosing. That's what successful business people do. Microdosing mushrooms. Think about this. Mushrooms are theorized as possibly being 70 to 80% of the population of all plant growth on Earth. And meadows are formed by honey spores. These things have an intelligent network underneath the ground. And these things called mushrooms are nothing other than satellites that communicate with the rest of this huge honey spore. And it puts out this basic magic for us that when you have it, it unlocks the governor that you never knew you had on your mind. So everybody's actually a genius. We just have a governor on us. That's what ancient religions talked about. Microdose yourself in the beginning and then come to the point where you can macrodose.
You know what? You made that sound so good.
But, it is, brother. I love all my homies. Raw food diet too. Raw food diet too. I'm only gonna say stuff that you know I want us to win. If we're heroes, which we all are, we gotta be.
But can I just say something, please? And this is a serious matter now. I don't condone the use of any of these. You know what we're talking about. You know, just so that we're clear on this. This is a family-friendly show and what have you. You know, so I'm just making sure that everyone knows who's listening or watching or whatever that. Magic mushrooms, you know, they contain dimethyltryptamine. It's research what that is. Dimethyltryptamine, it's called DMT, and it'll send you into Alice in Wonderland. It's like LSD, isn't it? It's yeah, and apparently psilocybin is more powerful apparently than DMT.
What can I ask you a question? Yeah, I've got a story to tell. Yeah, a very, very interesting story. But before I get onto it, I just want to ask the panel. I mean, like, what's your views on like chakras and auras and the energy that's around us?
The living temple.
Sorry.
The living temple.
Huh? Living temple.
This is my icon. This is my icon. You can see it.
Yeah, I see it.
You sit like that and you think that.
Don't be drinking alcohol, brother.
Yeah, don't alcohol. Quit it. Just, you know what? You're giving into the system. That's how they tricked us, and it consumes you. It's an evil spirit.
That's my only
Hey, Freya.
Kick it to
Hey,
the curb.
Freya, brother.
yeah.
It's your choice, brother. It's your choice. But just a bit of advice.
Nobody puts alcohol in your mouth.
My thing on alcohol is it's the biggest depressant you can take. And the thing is that you're freely taking it. And it makes you feel depressed. For that moment, it gives you a buzz. But long term, it's a depressant. It's the worst depressant ever.
Yeah,
It's
but
worse than
Karen, Mother Nature's has got so much other joy to behold. There's all sorts of different things out there that are beautiful. You know, like valerian root. You know, she provides everything for us. She just wants you to acknowledge it. That's all. There's loads of stuff. I mean, cannabis. We talk about cannabis. We talk about mushrooms and all that stuff. Yeah, they're the hallucinogenics. There's things out there to suppress anxiety. Valerian root. Yeah, people can research it. It suppresses anxiety, takes the fear away. You know, and it's part of nature. You know, it's the root of nature, the valerian root, and that suppresses anxiety. But see, the corporate world has already got hold of that as well. You know, because they use Valium, which is the valerian root, and they add something else, and they get people addicted to it, and then it ruins their life, takes all the life away. So valerian root, that's the natural mother's nature's natural anxiety release, and every shrub has got a certain strength, and the pharmaceutical world knows this, and they all use them, but they obviously use other things as well to suppress. So this is all fact. It's all fact.
Yeah,
and
chemical.
like I say,
it's all chemical.
yeah, this is it. That's what they're into, the chemical side of things, whereas Mother Nature provides the honest, true way. You know, all you have to do is steep some root.
That's true.
Yeah, Mother Nature provides it all, man. She's got it there, but everything's fenced off, so you can't get to it. But it's yours. You just have to grab it, and well, not so much grab it, because you've got to respect Mother Nature, haven't you? You've got to give her the respect of trying to understand, or trying to understand what she's trying to tell you, and that's so hard, because we're talking English. You know, we're all talking English. You know, and the Latin didn't do it either. You know, none of the language does it. So it's when I'm most powerful when I'm quiet and I'm walking. That's when I feel that my most powerful, because I'm connected, because I'm not talking. You see, and that's me. That's me with my connection to Mother, which is my God-given right, because that's why we're all here, to have an experience as a being, as a human. So
yeah, you get enough from the nature and the trees, which is your favourite trees.
Oh, yeah, she's beautiful.
That's why I gave up alcohol for a while, and then I was sitting there thinking there must be a better way. And then the first thing that came into my head was magic mushrooms. That was it, because you don't have to burn it. You just pick it, or you just basically just take it naturally, without having to like enhance it in any way. You just basically eat the mushroom.
Another thing is, earlier we were talking about there's some deadly mushrooms. That's actually another myth. All the mushrooms, even the ones they claim are deadly, aren't deadly. They're just more psychedelic, and I've done all of them, and I can guarantee I've done them at high doses. So there's so many misconceptions about it. It's a gift to our body, and it enhances our cerebral spinal fluid. Is something that flows from from the sutures in our skull down to our spine, and it's a fluid that keeps our brain floating. And it also is a fluid that is responsible for all kinds of great stuff, right? But but the consumption of these medicinal mushrooms enhances that in studies big time. And you can look into that and just be like, wait a minute, this is something that's going to enhance me. You don't need to use it for depression or anything like that. I use cannabis and shrooms specifically, and only those two, because they're beneficial for the human body. And if I found something else, I would use it too. I use a couple of other things on occasion, but as far as the human anatomy, my wife used to get stressed all the time and have anxiety disorder. Microdosing works for her, and it works for lots of people. You don't even notice that you're high. You just notice that you're always cool.
Okay, sounds yeah.
Can I just ask you something? What's the laws like in Hawaii? Is it all sort you can smoke and all that's fine, or is it like, you know, you're not supposed to hear and so forth?
You know, it's against the law over here, but it's legal if you have your medical marijuana card, which I do. But still, you can't be smoking it everywhere. But everyone's cool with it here. Like, you know, for example, over here in Hawaii, you can still, if you have a pickup truck, you can pile 10 people in the back and still drive them around, and you won't get a ticket for it. You know, it's a slower town. I live up in the mountain in Maui, and it's a slower town, so everyone, you know, it's the laws are just, yeah, all of Hawaii in general, the laws are a lot different, like that, for example. But the marijuana law, just recently, a year and a half ago, I believe, it became legal with your medical marijuana card, and you don't need a reason for your medical use. You just have to be a legal citizen, and you have to have no felonies or something like that. Real simple. And I go there, but I get my flower from people who grow it that I know, and I get my live resin CBD oil from the medical marijuana place. But everyone smokes here, almost.
Yeah, because you do quite a lot about you do quite a lot, don't you, on Facebook? You go live on Facebook more, don't you? People always say, you know, Joey, get a live, or sometimes they say, are you doing this for attention, or whatever they say. My life is the flat earth movement. I devoted my life to it. This is all. So you're going to see my face constantly. I'm never going to stop beating on the belly of the beast. And if I encourage people, awesome, because I'm a soldier and I'm a warrior. So that's how I do it. All the time on Facebook, all the time. And I try to talk about it. It's redundant. But sorry, just because on Facebook, you're one of my older friends anyway, aren't you?
Yeah, I've been friends with you forever. You know, you're old school, Karen. I love your show. I love this family show that you put together with these experts and these studs that are loyal to, you know, promoting the truth. So I love it. I'm a huge fan. I'm always gonna support the whole flat earth community, everybody who does their stuff. But I really love this show, and I don't have time to watch too many shows, so I just watch like a couple of them. But I love what you do. I love what everyone on this show does. You guys devote your lives, and I do it on Facebook, and you guys do it on YouTube. And I just, you know what I mean? Everybody in my friends list gets invited. You know what I mean? I just make a big stink about it as much as I can.
I've noticed. I've noticed, Joey. Yeah. Well, thank you. Anyway,
I know that the earth is flat, and that there's pedophiles in Hollywood and crisis actors are real. And that if we all get together and tell everybody that somehow we can win, a la Plato's Caves. So I'm just doing anything I can, just like Karen is and everybody else is, because what else?
You see what you just said, yeah? You see, like, the crisis actors, yeah? Where do they live? There's so many of them. I mean, like
Newtown.
Where do these people
live in Newtown?
Where they from? Where do they get them from? I mean, ain't that like a loose end to have so many people in on the act?
It's a kidnapping.
Like if they're civilians as well.
Oh, do you think there's not crisis actors, or are you just wondering where they're all coming from?
Where are they coming from? Where do they live? Do they have?
You know what, brother? We know there's more land. We know that they crowd us into cities. They could be hiding anywhere. You know what I mean?
Listen, are we really living in a Truman Show? That's what I want to know now.
Oh, brother, we're doming capsules.
Are we really living in a Truman Show?
We're on our own.
It's too well orchestrated. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Thing is, though, we bought it through television, so they've already got us anyway.
Yeah, it gets like that sometimes, doesn't it? Gets to feel like, ooh, what's going on? Is the camera or the eye? Well, the eye is always on you, you know, because that's it. We're all part of consciousness, man. You know, so Yeah, the eye is always on you, all the time, and it'll always watch you because that's the way it does, you know. And that's what it's always done, isn't it? So Truman Show. No, I don't think it's Truman. I just think it's well, if you look at the word true man, what is a true man? Eh? What is a true man? Half of man doesn't really know how to behave now, do they? Really, if you think about it, we lost because we are all one, aren't we? I've always thought of it as a piece of shattered glass, as everything is a shattered piece of glass, because that's what it is. It's a shattered piece of consciousness, and that consciousness will come back together again, and it is coming back together again. And
Amen.
some people think, yeah, is it the end of the world? Is it the end of the world? No, I think it's the beginning of the world, isn't it? You know,
Yep.
the beginning. It's the beginning of the world. It's the beginning of a new.
Coming back, you mean?
Yeah, because the thing is, we see all this stuff before it's going to happen. I think everybody does. When you all get into tune with your inner self, you see what's happening. They want to replace man with robots, with tech, so they can reduce population. You know, Georgia Guidestones, blah 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 blah. You know, whatever the plan is, it's not going to work anyway, because it's already been broken, and whatever happens will happen, but it won't happen, and because it's not going to happen, because it never has, and that's the way it's going to be, isn't it? You know, but as we all go and we all live in the Truman reality, true man, what is a true man? That's what you've got to, you know, what is a true man? True man is
Hopefully, true man
respectful
is
to others.
find itself again now. That's what all this waking up is, because that's what it is, isn't it? It's a wake up. And on the conscious level.
Probably
Exactly. It's a wake up.
True man is
Our duty.
the true man is the same as his brother, and that is it. True man is the same as his brother because that's what he is. He's not divided by his brother. He's the true man is dedicated to his brother. You know, I mean, everybody finds it hard to get on with somebody. If you've always got an issue with somebody, but if you look inside, you don't really even have to have that issue, do you? You don't really have to, even though you've got the issue. You don't really need to have it, and that's the thing. We all search for trying to not have that issue, but we've all got it. And I think sometimes when we search to not have the issue becomes to us more. It comes to us more because, like I said, this world we live in is crazy. It's a mental place because everything's twisted, and everything that we think is right, maybe it's not.
It's backwards.
Maybe it's
It's
not
backwards.
Yeah, that's it, brother. It's backwards. And the thing is, if we look at television or television, tell-lie vision, tell a vision, whatever, yeah, that gives everybody a perception. And if you look at it, brother, sisters, everybody owns one. So if everybody's owning one and everybody's looking at it and they're looking at that TV, which that TV is actually emitting a frequency, and that frequency combines everybody into the. You look at EastEnders and all these soaps, man. You look at all these soaps and everything. They all drag people into the same way of thinking, which then unites a way of thought, which then manifests something else. And if we all think of the
That's
true.
That's what I was saying about the World Cup. Like,
Yes,
you know,
man. Yeah. That's it. It don't get a look from me. You know,
say again.
My friends are watching it, and it's hard not to sort of get in there, you know, and it's hard to pull away from stuff because nobody wants you to pull away from it. Your friends don't want you to. Your friends want you to keep watching it. Your friends want you to be part of it, you know, because they know that you're not. And that's the thing.
Someone was
suffering,
someone was talking about the games being rigged and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean?
Everything's rigged, man. It's all rigged, yeah. So why wouldn't it be rigged? Why wouldn't it?
No, I'm saying it was maybe it was a discussion that we was having about games being rigged and stuff, and what was the purpose of it being rigged? Because you know, and that could be to basically manipulate people's countries or a particular part of a country's emotion to enhance it in a certain way and direct that energy into something else. Do you see what I'm saying? Because
you got it, brother. You got it, brother. And where is the World Cup at the minute?
sorry,
Where's the World Cup?
It's in Russia, and Russia has been under the spotlight for a while. Do you see what I'm saying?
Man. Yeah, you got it, brother. We're on the same. We're all on the same page, brothers and sisters. I love you all, man.
Russia has
We're all on the same page.
It's
Hawaii is another place, isn't it? Because Hawaii, you've got volcanoes. They've had nuclear threats,
Tsunamis, all that stuff. We had a false alarm for a nuclear threat just 2 months ago.
Yeah, well, you look at where the football stadiums and where they're being held, and you go into frequency absorption and the electric realm, and it tells you something else. It tells you something about every single football stadium. It tells you about every single eatery and where it's been built and why it's been built in the.
Do you know what? Yeah, I've got a story to tell that could maybe shed some light onto this topic. So basically, I mean, I've been sharing the story with other people, and it's just been a dead end conversation, like, because they weren't able to, you know what I mean, think on that same level, or their minds weren't open to that sort of topic or that sort of conversation. Do you know what I mean? So, I mean, what happened was, I got a group of friends, yeah, and like they take drugs and stuff. I mean, I don't take drugs. Do you know what I mean? So what happened was we was all out one day, and they were spiking everyone's drink. Everyone's drink was getting spiked. Yeah. What they thought they were putting in people's drink was like MDNA. I don't know if you guys know what that is. MD. Say again. It was they were spiking people's drink like with MDNA. Yeah. But that's what they thought they were spiking with, but it was actually crystal meth.
Shit, man.
It was actually crystal meth. We found out it was crystal meth after, yeah. Anyway, we was all like buzzing of crystal meth. Never knew. What happened was after we basically hold on 1 second. Basically, what happened is we had a good night. I mean, the night was good. It was a good buzz. I'm not gonna lie. And we went back to my house. You know, I was basically still up. I couldn't sleep. I was bugging. I was moving around constantly. I was tidying up. I was up and down. And then what happened was I went downstairs to throw the bin out. I came back upstairs. As I ran upstairs, I had this like massive head rush. I almost fainted, like disappeared. Like, do you know what I mean? I almost fainted. But I managed to basically like keep strong, and like I was able to fight off. But after that, it's like my heartbeat slowed down completely. Have you ever had that feeling when you just basically have to concentrate on your breathing? It was like that for hours, and I couldn't move. I was so weak to the point where I was getting so scared. So what happened was I said to my mate, "Listen, I got to go to the hospital because I don't know what's going on." I had no appetite. I was weak. My heart was beating very, very, very slow. So what we did was we basically went to the hospital. I confronted the doctor and basically told him, yeah, my drink was spiked, but I don't know what with. I think it was like crystal meth. That's what I told them. Anyway, they put me into like a cubicle. We were sitting in there, and like the whole time I was weak. I couldn't move. I could not move. Like I was so weak. My heartbeat had slowed down dramatically. I wanted to vomit, but I couldn't vomit. Bits of acid was coming from my stomach and it was burning my throat. It was hurting. So I explained to the doctor what was happening. I said, listen. So I explained to the doctor what was happening. I said, listen, I'm trying to vomit. I can't vomit. It's hurting me. So what he did was they injected me, with on my left shoulder with anti-vomiting injection. I don't know if you've heard of that, but they injected me with anti-vomit injection. You see, when I got injected with this thing, like, I'm still sane right now. The only thing that's wrong with me is like I'm just weak. I'm aware of what's going on, but I'm just weak, and I'm trying to vomit. I can't vomit. It's acid. So they gave me this anti vomiting injection, but as soon as I got injected with this thing, like everything just changed. I don't know if it interacted with what was in my system or whatever. You know, you just get this blurry vision, and then this blurry vision basically came into one vision, and then in seconds, I was seeing something else. I was seeing other things. The things that I was seeing, I was seeing like dancing, not, I was seeing smoke in the air, like smoke, dust, whatever it was dancing, it was flowing, it was alive, it was moving around. And then I saw everything around me had smoke coming off the objects. My mate that was with me, he had smoke coming off his body. The sink that I was looking at had like a sensor, and the sensor, you know, like the sinks where you can hover your hand over the sensor and the water will pour out. So this sensor was like a black dot on the sink somewhere, and it had smoke pouring out of that sensor. It had smoke pouring like a river out of the sensor.
I'm glad that you're feeling a bit better now.
Sorry?
I'm glad that you're feeling a bit better now.
Yeah, of course. This was quite a while back. This wasn't like yesterday or sometime. So like in the air, you've got like this dust of smoke, but it's orchestrated. It's almost like it's just what it's doing. It's dancing. It's moving around. It's just moving around. The dust of smoke is just moving around. Like like in those films, the ninja films, like Drunken Master. That's what the smoke was doing. The smoke was moving around like that. That's how it was moving, orchestrate. You know, like the birds in the sky, when the birds are moving like in a pack, and they're moving from left to right, up and down. That's what the air was doing. The air was doing that, and then every single object had an aura, had smoke coming off. I never knew it was called aura at that time, but it had smoke coming off the object. Every object had like smoke coming off it. My mate, he was sitting beside me. I said, mate, listen, you've got smoke coming off your body. He's like, yo, you're tripping. He couldn't see what I was seeing. And then I was so weak that I had to close my eyes for a second because I couldn't, what I was taking in was too much for me at the time because the situation I was in. I basically closed my eyes for a second. I woke up. It was still the same. A nurse walked in, a guy, Chinese, Philippine, I don't know what he was. He walked in and he was whistling, happy. I looked at this guy. He had this beam of light going up into the sky off his head.
Right.
He was the only one that had it. I was like, what the fuck? I closed back my eyes. I laid back down because.
So just asking, what's the point of what you're telling us?
I mean, there's something that you could build off. I mean, there's a lot of talk about us being all connected, and I think us being all connected is part of this. Is because of this smoke that I saw that's moving around us that we can't see.
Hey, you want to know how connected we are? There's another hoax that people don't talk about. It's racism. Racism is a hoax. Not only is it a hoax, but just like everything, how everything's the opposite. It turns out that everybody included on this panel, not only are they not racist, but they actually like other ethnicities more than they like their own ethnicity. They like other cultures more than they like their own culture. So yeah, we are one. And the only thing, you know what I mean? Look at our DNA. Our DNA proves that it's better for us to procreate with other ethnicities. Look at the late great Anthony Bourdain. Everybody loved him because he traveled around the world and met exotic people.
What
Yeah,
racism? Yeah?
I would say this: the people aren't fighting. It's not the people. I mean, you're going to get pockets, and I suppose if someone was invading your country, you're going to fight back, aren't you? But the
You think
people
they are?
themselves, we're not fighting like they're saying. We're not.
Exactly. And you know, they're just tampering with our perfect, genuine nature that we have by instigating fake racial wars with crisis actors, fake wars in the Middle East with CGI imagery and much more. And the thing is, it's the people like this show that they're putting themselves out there that are letting everybody else know. We won't win until enough people know that we're being lied to on a massive scale. That's what a flat earther is. A flat earther is somebody who knows about vaccines and all that stuff and says, you know what, I wear my flat earth t-shirt proudly. And you know what, we're gonna get back to that, brother. I know you're talking about all your stuff with your psychedelics and everything, and how it interrelates with us, you know, being one piece, but we're all one. We are all one. And as soon as us 99% get this word out like we're doing right now, we'll be living in the land of milk and honey. Everything will be free. There'll be no more homelessness, no more hunger, no more starvation or war, anything, brother. So we're all doing it. I'm glad you had that experience too. Sounds pretty trippy.
What are people like in Hawaii, where you are? There are lots of flat earthers.
Okay, so that's a great question. I only make friends with flat earthers. That's it. My old friends, I'll still keep them, but if they, you know, I don't really hang out with them that much. It's all flat earthers. My neighbor's a flat earther. My weed guy's a flat earther. My employees at my work are flat earthers. I just started a new clothing company. Well, my wife and I. Actually, she's more responsible, 70-30, but we just started a new clothing company at the Ka'ahumanu Mall, and it's called Flat Earth Clothing and Souvenirs. And we sell like, you know, quotes for like that kind of don't really know what it is. You know, like Job 37:18 will be the firmament proof and some funny stuff, along with other clothes that are really stylish.
So is flat Earth now becoming like a religion?
No, it's not a religion, brother. Flat Earth is in Hawaii. I mean, it's catching on, but just like everywhere, it's no big deal. Honestly, if I'm going to be honest with you, we got to ramp it up like we're doing. But it was never anywhere before. Now my neighbors are flat earthers. When I lived on Oahu, my neighbor was a flat earther. My neighbor here, I converted him, but my neighbor on Oahu was a flat earther already. And the reason why he said he was a flat earther, he said B.O.B. So you know what I mean? All these celebrities that we keep trashing and calling them that name that everybody coined chill is doing a disservice to the community. You know what I mean? These celebrities are waking people up with their fan base.
because what you just said, that kind of just triggered something in my head. Like, it's just another episode of religion.
No, this is like vaccines.
It sounds because what we do today is the future, and the future obviously like repeats itself. Like before, it was like religion. Everyone
Either way, whatever it's turning into, we're all just joining and uniting. And
yeah, I'm hoping. Yeah, I'm hoping.
I mean,
you know, like everywhere we've been put, it's about separating us up, separating languages, separating the people, the different colors, all this kind of stuff. And right now, we're coming together as a people. It doesn't matter how old you are, what sex you are, or where you come from. It doesn't matter anymore. The people coming together.
Amen.
But then when you kind of separate yourself, when you're kind of separating yourself from everyone else because they're not thinking the way you're thinking, then it becomes like a religion. I mean, I'm not saying what you're saying is bad. I took what you said, analyzed it, and that's what I came with. Is it a religion? Because that's how religion kind of first started as well.
It's not. It's the truth.
The answer is no.
People thought religion.
It's like saying are vaccines causing autism of religion? No, it's not. Okay, it's a bunch of people that got together to unify and say, look, you're on the same page. Nobody believes us. Let's get together. Let's make billboards. Let's do laser tests. You know what I mean? Don't feed something that isn't even there. You can't feed that. So no, it's not. It's just the only answer.
Yeah, this whole thing, this whole flat Earth thing is deep, man. It's almost like it's it's almost like it's a repeat of history, as in like religion first started the same way. I reckon, you know.
No, no.
Well,
This is the age of Aquarius, and the age of Aquarius is a paradigm shift. So what we're encountering is everybody right now, knowledge is abundant. We have the internet, and in what you're seeing, brother, this is no whatever you want to metaphor this as, a religion or anything like that. This is a group of heroes that chose to be awakened at this point of their life, and they gave up everything they had to fight for the freedom for the people that are actually heckling us, so that we can all have free land and freedom for all.
Jerry, can I just say something? Fraymo, I do want you to talk, but when you're not talking, will you mute? Because those people in the background are drowning out everybody else talking. Sorry, my darling.
That's all right. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. It's just, just mute yourself when you're not talking. I know you asked a question, but then mute yourself because, carry on, Joey.
That was it.
Oh.
No, but I want to talk about the pyramids too. You know, I thought that I was going to be able to maybe mention that on the show if there's time, how the pyramids were built.
Go on, Joey.
Well, they figured out how the pyramids were built, so why shouldn't we know how the pyramids were built too? It wasn't, I'll cut to the chase, it wasn't quarried stone, and it wasn't diamond tip blades that cut them so paper couldn't fit through it. I'll cut to the chase for you. Dr. Davidicus, a French scientist, figured out a few decades ago that he got permission to view the casings of the Great Pyramid of Giza. He looked at it underneath an electron microscope. When he looked at it under the electron microscope, he found filaments, and he also found air bubbles in there. He came to the conclusion that it appeared to be concrete. So anyways, he put it into an acid base, and he found out by reverse engineering it, what was in it.
I bet it was lasers.
Sand, water, lime, and ash, right? So anyways, what he did is he went to Egypt to try and reduplicate it. He was able to successfully do it. Not only that, there's a whole institute developed that was put into effect called the Geopolymer Institute. NASA, our enemy, uses his ancient concrete to lift off their as an instant platform, and he actually has it on video, so he did duplicate it. It is proven, and it's great because it doesn't take a long time to hard cast. It only takes about 12 hours. Think of JB Weld. If you have a radiator that's broken, you get those two ingredients, the alchemy of them eventually bonds to a solid metal. Well, it was basically an ancient form of concrete making. So they were making wood crates, filling it up with sand, water, lime, and ash. They had sand everywhere, water from the Nile, lime, of course, you know what lime is, and ash from the burning of the palm trees. And that's how they were doing it. That's why there were so many of them, because they were building, they were stacking blocks on each other, and that's where they could fit through. A piece of paper couldn't even fit through it. And that's how they did the hieroglyphs. And every ancient megalith that we see on Earth today is all a form of that alchemy. Even Petra in Jordan, even Machu Picchu in Peru, it was easy for them, you guys. They were using wood cast crates, pour it, fill it, as soon as it fills, just like cement today, take it off, there you go.
So how were they moving the stones?
They weren't moving the stones, brother. Look at, so you build the foundation, right? And then you move that wood crate on the solid foundation, and you have somebody that's mixing all the ingredients. People come up with their buckets and fill it up, and as soon as it hardens, you move it over. I mean, you're basically stacking Legos, brother. It's great. It's how we do concrete today. Look at concrete's history. Today it lasts maybe 50 years, our best concrete. The Greeks and Roman bridges are still around today. Concrete, just like with everything, has lost its technology due to
But
greed.
those stones are quite heavy, though.
Yeah,
and quite
they're extremely heavy. If you
Also,
get that
they
much sand, if you get that much sand, water, lime, and ash, it's gonna weigh that much, brother. Sand is heavy, man. That's super
If you
heavy.
use salty water, that it lasts much better with salty water, but we don't even use that in houses here today. We don't do that.
Mm-hmm. And that's how the pyramids.
So how do you explain how the stones were like put together so neatly?
Good question. So you just made one stone. Right next to that stone, you grab a wood case that's snug up right next to it, a jar. You fill it up with all the ingredients. As soon as it hardens, you take off that wood casing.
But how big would the gap be if it's wood?
Maybe let's say
the gaps are paper thin.
Yep, the gaps are paper thin. So the gap could be zero gap whatsoever, because all they have to do is use the back of the other casing and then make a 3-cornered square, pour the ingredients in, take off the corner. You see what I'm saying? It's really simple. They were doing this stuff knowing that they're working with ancient concrete. Think of it as concrete, and then all your questions will be answered.
So how do you explain?
Not by me.
How do you explain like the laser style facial structures of statues?
Easy. If you cast them, right? If you make a cast of something and you pour cement in there, it'll look perfectly as you did it. So they probably put their face in a cast and then filled up their ancient alchemy of
how did they
Hold on a second. They probably, okay, so let's say they use clay, and they got the mold exactly of your face, and then they fill it in with the sand, water, lime, and ash reconglomerated that Dr. Davidicus discovered, and there you go. That's how their statues are all perfect. Everything. It's easy. When you realize that it's just ancient cement, oh my God, the sky's the limit. What if our ancestors 50 years from now are so much stupider and we don't win this cause? Will they think
there's different sizes faces.
Any size face wouldn't matter. Apply that same tactic that I told you.
Where did they get the cast for large faces?
Where did they get the what? Out of wood, brother. You can make it any size you want.
The cast for large faces. Where did they get that from?
The artist rendition.
The who, sir?
You talking about the big faces? Whose face was it? It didn't have to be anybody's face.
The large statues, yeah. I'm saying, like,
yeah.
You said.
It doesn't matter the face. Artist rendition. Whoever made those made the face however they wanted it to make.
Yeah, but where did they get how did they cast? How did they precise the face so well? It's almost like it was laser cut.
It could be either cut by a laser or it could be cast in cement. Think about it. Both would apply true. How are stone statues made today in cast? It's the exact same thing, brother. That's all I'm telling you.
Hey, Joey, I've got a question.
Yeah.
You got any theories on the marble carvings of ancient Greece?
Say it one more time.
Have you got any theories on the marble carvings of ancient Greece?
The marble carvings of ancient Greece? Thank you for asking.
Some in Rome. Some in Rome as well.
I do have a theory on that, but it's purely speculative theory. It goes along the same thing with the terracotta warriors. I'm convinced that our ancient ancestors were so obsessed with their knowledge of alchemy because of my evidence of the proof of how the pyramids were built using ancient cement, that they had some form of alchemy. I don't know how it was, but everything is a cast. I think it was that simple, guys. Occam's razor style. I know you want something crazy like.
So did they melt? Did they melt?
It's not a melting process. That's what we think. It's not a melting process. It's an alchemy process.
Joey, on a Mohs scale, what's granite on a Mohs scale? Do you know what it is on a Mohs scale?
No, I don't. What is granite on a Mohs scale?
On a hardness scale. Do you know what is on a hardness scale? Granite.
No.
It's 8 on a hardness scale. I'm sure it's an 8. It's
okay.
Quite hard. Yeah. So it's pre-formed. So it's formed in the ground. They have to cut it out the ground, out the granite. So
yeah, but
that's why I was asking.
Look at the similarity between limestone and granite. Limestone and granite. Look at the nature between the two. And watch a video that I'm going to share over here with Dr. Davidicus, because I'm just a layman who watched his videos and learned from him. So I'm not an expert in it, but this guy has devoted his life. He's got a whole geopolymer institute dedicated to it and everything. I mean, it's really, really something like, it's a fact that a lot of people don't know about. And it makes a lot more sense for everything, quarried stones and all that stuff. But for the marble, I don't know. I would just speculate that it had another form of alchemy that was caste related. Same thing with the terracotta warriors. It would be a lot easier for them to do that if they had that technology.
So this world we live in, yeah, like, how do you think it was built? You believe in flat Earth, right?
Yes, I believe. How do I believe the whole thing was built?
No, I said you believe in flat Earth, right?
For sure, 100%. Flat Earth with the dome on top.
This world we live in, yeah, was technology used to build this world?
Technology was probably used and dug out and resourced from our own Earth itself to make this world that we live in. I don't know. I mean, that's begging the question that there's no way I could answer, but I love that question. I always theorize on that, but that's a deep question, brother. I have some magic mushrooms with you and we'll talk about it, okay?
It must have been some kind of technology though, because those pyramids, they're not even a foot out or 10 inches out. I mean, it's complete.
And think about it, they had architects at the time, and if it's cement that they're working with, oh, of course they can do it. They had their plumb bobs and everything. It was really easy to do for them. And even further proof that there was so many pyramids everywhere that were suppressed. Look into the videos and the photography of amateurs and mostly amateurs flying over areas in China that were supposed to be forbidden. They all look a lot like pyramids covered up with trees and all in a row. And through further inspection, they found out that at least a few of them are. So a lot of these mountains and volcanoes that we're seeing too, I really think they're protecting them because they're ancient pyramids. In nature, you're not going to get that natural, perfect, you know what I mean? So all those, I think, have been covered up. Because look what China has been proven to do. They're covering up their pyramids with trees so that they can't be detected. And they're hiding a lot of information by us learning about not how they're built. That's nothing, how they're built. It's what they were used for. That's what it's all about. And a lot of people don't know the ancient pyramid of Giza was covered in white mica in state. It wasn't just like it is today. White mica, and you start to look at the properties of the Giza pyramid, it was a free energy dielectric resonator, that gave all of us free energy and healed us, and was something that we can, Well, anyways, that's my take on it. Don't want to ramble.
What's your take on those casting stones, which are supposed to be on one of the pyramids, but they're not there anymore? But the thing is, though, you could even say, oh, well, maybe the people stole them to make their houses, but it was covered in sand. So how could they disappear like that? It was all covered in sand.
Are you talking about the white mica? How did it disappear?
Well, no, one of the pyramids has got casing stones which are missing. Well, that's what they reckon, they're missing. So if they've been taken, how could it when it was all covered in sand?
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Well, you know what though, Karen, it's so hard because we have to read stupid history books, and we all know already. I don't have to give a lecture on that. You know what I mean? So even if we think we're smart, we're reading somebody else's book, and it's really hard unless you have firsthand knowledge. Like if you knew somebody that was an elder from that passed on the word. We're reading history books, and just like you said, how do we know? We don't.
Well, no, because everything's a lie, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you don't think like they used one form of technology like to build ancient Egypt?
I think you're right, Freya. I think the technologies that was lost.
Oh yeah,
those
simple technologies
was lost. Yeah, those technologies is lost. Yeah, I think that the.
Hello?
Go ahead.
The reason to explain in words. The reason for those technologies we trying to explain in words when we don't need to find words to explain the reasons behind them technologies, because most of the technologies that was ancient, like the pyramids, was used for a specific reason, and that reason, because there was on certain longitude, certain latitude, certain lines, those pyramids was used for certain things, for different dimensions, maybe, not for not for what we're in now, because if you look at it, they was seen as gods, weren't they? So and everybody was frightened of them. Yeah, I mean, scripture, go into scripture like that, books, Bibles, whatever, ancient scripture, you could go into anything, but really, like you say, Joey, it's just somebody else's story. And I like her story, because I'm fed up of his story. You know what I mean? I like her story. Her story's more natural to me, and more loving, and more realistic. Whereas history just causes problems. Whether even it's now or then, his story repeats itself because it's constantly causing problems. That's what his story is. His story
That's their goal.
Not.
Yeah. The book of fiction.
Yeah. We live in the book of fiction because it's his story. His story means nothing.
Yeah, we need to go back to the White Tales. The White Tales are the truth.
Yeah.
Hey, Karen, I just
Hair
forwarded
story.
instant message on Facebook a video. I don't know if you would mind playing it. I don't know if you'd get a copyright strike or something, but it's only 2 minutes long. Do you think you could, or would it not be okay to air on this show? It's
play other people's videos on a live thing because I've already been there and done that one.
okay. Never been smart. Good. That's why I'm asking you. But what I shared with Karen, and I'm going to share it in the. Oh, I can't because it's a video. But Karen, you have it.
Yeah, you can share it because you've got a wrench. Wrenches can share. Yeah.
That's why I can't share in some groups. Hey, throw me a wrench, everybody, when I'm in your group. Check this out, you guys. This is an awesome video. Everybody on Earth, this is going to be a 3-minute spiel. Everybody on Earth that's a flat earther, that calls himself a flat earther, always says something like this. Our ancient ancestors, even, besides all the proofs, said it was flat and motionless. We throw that in people's face, but we leave out with a shame on our face the dome. Every ancient ancestor since the beginning of time, the Mayans, the Navajos, the Hawaiians, you know, go down the list, the Egyptians, the Hawaiians, all of them, the ancient Hebrew conception. My point is this, the 2-minute video that I shared, that shows you scientifically how lightning strikes. The reason why I share that video is because there's an urban legend and most people think that lightning strikes from the cloud down to the earth, but that's actually not the case. Lightning strikes, or lightning occurs with energy surging from the earth going upwards and making a tree-like protrusion. Here's how it works. You have upward leaders coming out of earth all the time, continuously. They're invisible to your eye. And then as a black rain cloud passes by, you have these what they call downward leaders that are the same thing. They're invisible to your eye. When they make contact with each other, they make that cracking noise. After that connection is made, the energy stored in the ground shoots upward. That's important to know because you have to squash that urban legend, and that urban legend is going to give you a checkmate on a dome proof. Here's why. Since you now know, hopefully, and if you're not caught up, watch the video. Now that you know that even science confirms this, so it's not something we have to fight against science about, it's just an urban legend. Since science confirms this, it's a begging the question because you have, if you do not have a dome, if you did not have a dome, then NASA would be right, space would be infinite. But besides that, if you did not have a dome, what solid barrier is refracting that echo of a noise, that roar, that 15 to 20 second delay that we hear that we call thunder? All the ancients said that it came down. Thor's legend said it came down. Only in cartoons you've seen that it doesn't come down. And it's the only dome proof there is. And right now it's the only one we really need. But we have circumstantial ones like the rainbows and sundogs and stuff. But lightning going up, not down, originating from the ground, is explained easily by this. If you haven't watched the video yet, if you just understand this, you'll understand how the lightning works. Earth is the body. What's that?
I'll watch it afterwards. Can I just say something leading to that then? If you've ever seen any of our research work or that's come out on this channel, Artist was looking up, it was via Chris Monk to start with, about these electrical arkings we had. Now you're saying that the lightning comes from the ground up. This would have caused, this would have been how the electrical arkings happened.
That's why the internet hive mind, all of us Flat Earth heroes getting together, getting an idea here, getting an idea there. I mean, geez, if anybody asked me where did I get my ideas from picking people's brains and reading comments and hearing stuff, you know, do you think that kind of solves the equation, Karen? Knowing that, did you know before that lightning struck up?
No, I didn't actually.
Yeah, most people don't. And lightning only occurs 2 ways. It actually only occurs 1 way, but they say 2 ways. Light, cloud to cloud, but that's actually just charging itself. And then from the ground upwards. And here's another thing too. People that have been struck by lightning, no one's been struck by lightning. You were a conductor for lightning and it came out of your head. That's how it works. In super slow-mo, you can see it. Everybody who's struck by lightning.
Is this just the ground or the trees?
What's that?
Is it the lightning? Is it like from just the ground itself, or is it because of things like the trees?
It's because
the trees are electric.
It's because of things like the trees, because the trees are conductors. That's why a person can get supposedly struck. Just like when you touch an antenna on an old school radio, how you make the connection better. You're just a conductor. So it's using you as a downward, upward leader, and it's going, or it's using a tree, or it's using a church bell, or it's using a church cross, or a metal key on a kite. That's all it's doing. You're a conductor.
Positive, negative.
Yeah, but if you had rubbed your feet on the carpet and gained static electricity and touched a metal doorknob, it would be you shocking the doorknob and getting reverberated back with that zap, because you're so close in proximity, you hear the zap. And that's the same thing with lightning. All you have to do is look at super slow-mo HD video of the lightning strike, and you see it forming slowly, 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 and branching out like a tree. That's why you hear the delayed roar as thunder, and that's why you don't see, like, you know, potholes everywhere when it's lightning. You don't have to be afraid of lightning, is my point. Lightning is actually good for you. If you ever got blessed enough, like the Native Americans who did the rain dance, they weren't begging for rain, they were begging to be enlightened.
So how come people get so hurt in, you know,
Great question.
lightning?
Look at all the people who've been struck by lightning. They get what's called like a henna tattoo looking thing on their body, and all of them either get cured from an ailment, or later on come to say that a personality disorder they had went away. So it's actually an enlightenment. It's a blessing if you ever were to have it. I mean, I wouldn't recommend going and trying to do it because I don't know enough about it. But the Native Americans, from all of my research, the rain dance had nothing to do with calling the rain. That's a joke. They knew about all that stuff. They were just trying to get enlightened. Look what they wore on their feet, the metals and all that different stuff. They were trying to get that excitement. Plus, they knew the upward and downward leaders were in that momentum, and that creates negative ions. Negative ions is what you get from waterfalls and waves and a few other things. So it was really just a form of enhancing their body. They were aware of how to do it, and when the opportunity came, that's what a rain dance was. It wasn't calling for rain, it was calling for enlightenment.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. Well, nearly every day you learn something new, don't you? I'd never actually thought about lightning coming from the ground. I mean, I've even taken pictures of it myself. I mean, it's quite incredible if you actually do catch it right in your camera.
I've seen somebody being struck twice, though, and they still got up.
Hey, I bet I know the video you saw. Was it of the guy that was about to pickpocket those people? That's why I'm telling you, not only is lightning, you don't have to be afraid of it, because lightning chose that person. No, not only do you have to not be afraid of it, but it's karma. So don't worry. You can walk in the rain when it's thunder and lightning, and if you have good karma, I swear it sounds cliche, you don't have to worry about it. You're totally fine. And if you did get struck, what they call, you'd be enlightened and you'd be very ecstatic. Remember, it's dielectric energy, just like Tesla proved. It doesn't matter the voltage. The more of it, the better. You can't be harmed with dielectric energy.
Yeah, it's just that this guy was on a bike, Joey. He was on his bike. I think he was drunk on his way home from the pub. Yeah, and he got on his bike. He was riding off. There's a camera from the pub, what got him. It struck him once. He got up, got back on his bike, and then it struck him again. And he got up and rode off.
If anybody questions if electricity is harmful for you, we know electricity is extremely high voltage and it's dielectric, right? We know that. Well, look what
But
Tesla.
we are electric, aren't we? You are
Exactly.
electric anyway. We've got an electric pulse in our head, electric pulse in our heart.
Gosh, you talk about getting in touch with
the free energy, which is electric. We're in an electric place.
We are.
But I didn't realize, hey, lightning hit me. I didn't realize that.
Yeah. Now think about this. Remember the Tesla coil, how it was a glass dome, if you will, with a flat surface and a magnetic north, Mount Meru, if you will. Well, it's all going up to the glass, and obsidian is dielectric. So the bad thing about dielectric is that it's not a good conductor. But the good thing about it is that it holds energy. So that's how lightning is actually fueling all this resonation that we're getting of energy of the sun, the moon. I don't know how it works, but it's giving somehow an energy to do this world, because it's with lightning, with the energy that all of us human beings create from movement, static electricity, whatnot. We're creating movement, so are the lava tubes and everything else under the earth, and it's creating a static charge. So it's a 100% in perpetual motion, flat, motionless aquaponics terrarium that we're probably living in, you know. And lightning is responsible for fueling the whole thing, and it's overlooked. What about a spark plug in your car? It's very overlooked, but it's the responsibility of that regulates your vehicle. And in the same way, lightning energizes the dome.
And we're breathing it in anyway. We're breathing it in. It's a bit crazy to think that we're a bit electric, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, but it's It's true. It's exciting to learn. Being a flat earther is so exciting, not only because we're fighting for the right cause and everything, but actually, you know, it was boring as a grower. Now I get to research things, look at things, be fascinated by things. You know, I grew a conscience. You know, great. My daughter wouldn't be that free if I wasn't a flat earther. So I think
a little angel sitting in your arms there. We've done quite well actually on Sun and Moon. We were in Australia last night, and we're in as far as Australia and as far as Hawaii. We've done it the whole stretch in 2 days.
yeah, you are all over the place. And if you're not doing that, you're getting interviewed or something, or talking to me or somebody else when you're trying to
get interviewed very often, Joey. But I occasionally join a hangout, which is how I met Fraymo the other day on Joe's channel. Can't think it was called now. Science Academy. That's it. But it's good that we're all networking, because it's what we're left with right now, isn't it? Is to network. And well, actually, we've talked about 3 important things today, haven't you? Well, you like the cannabis thing. That's very dear to you. The volcanoes and the lightning. Very interesting. Oh, and pyramids.
And tectonic plate hoax.
All right. So explain a bit more about that one.
Okay, the tectonic plate hoax goes along with the lava tubes, and I talked about it, but it's basically this. They say tectonic plates is responsible for earthquakes. Well, it shouldn't be called an earthquake anyways. It should be called a cave-in, which causes the earth to quake.
What do you think? Like,
it's because of underground lava.
Sorry, Joey. We knew people in Mexico. Robert Kidner is doing things right now, but he comes on Sun and Moon sometimes, and they were very aware that the earthquake before the last one went a certain way, but the one they had a few months ago was completely different. They didn't like this one more than the one before. What is this when all the pavements and everything are moving, but they don't crack? That's all really weird.
Well, imagine this. Imagine there's underneath our feet a few miles, sometimes only a half a mile. It just depends. You have these huge subway tunnel size tunnels that are filled with boiling hot lava that's pushing its way through earth that hasn't been pushed away before. Anything above that surface is going to cause potential cave-ins. So, and normally you don't have those. But what happens with lava tubes is they're just like the earth is continually growing, and just like our, you know, you always get more gold, more oil. It's not finite, you know, more everything. It is also, and so it just continues to perpetuate itself. And as it does, it brings little leaks or fissures. And those fissures, instead of going down their same tubes and recycling the same path, those fissures branch out and start to make their own. And that's what causes earthquakes. They're always on those things that they call fault lines. So they just play with the words, and it's really solely 100% from underground lava tubes.
We don't know what this all is. I mean, up the road, I have this amazing place called Coombe Hill, and it's just so many things magic about this. I'm sorry, I'm digressing a little bit, but it's so amazing. In the olden days, which Flat Fred was talking about earlier on, the pagans used to walk across there because the trees were so tall down here, the oak trees. They needed to walk to places, so they went on the top of these hills, and it's part of the Ridgeway, which goes up to this town called Oxford. So that's one thing about this hill. In the Second World War, they used to jump off it with open parachutes. So it is quite tall. You feel like you're going up in an aeroplane in a sense when you're driving, because it's that quick, and then you're on top. They hung the last woman in the UK there. It's got a pagan settlement up there. They paraglide off it. They do other things, microlight off it. Yeah. Oh yeah, and the English-British women's glider team train there. They've got their base on the back of this hill. So it's quite flat here. It's not flat, but there's not great big hills. And then comes Coombe Hill. Coombe Hill is the biggest chalk hill in the UK, and chalk is crushed shell. So how does that get there then? Do you see what I mean? Like, it's just like this great big hill made of chalk in the middle of the UK.
Well, where does perlite come from? Abundant source. A lot of questions, and that's why I can't wait to because the more we get together on shows like this, together together and grow bigger and bigger groups forming together, we're eventually going to win, and we're going to get answers to all of these questions because it's going to be exciting. That's my main reason for it, besides my daughter.
You mean you think everything's beginning to snowball a bit more now? You know, like information, these topics, like they can't really go away. Volcanoes aren't real; it's a hoax. They're something else, and they're not telling the truth.
Hey, I don't know about anybody, but when I found out crisis actors were real, that was after Flat Earth. Flat Earth was before crisis actors. When I heard crisis actors were real, I was like, no way, I didn't even want to look at it. You know what I mean? Nothing surprises me anymore. These guys are just, you know, they sell aborted babies as products for women. It's amazing, but you know, happy yourself on the fact that you're at war with them. That's why drinking the alcohol, no drinking alcohol. No flat earther should drink alcohol. I mean, if you're the kind of person that has a sip here and there or whatever, go ahead. But you know what I'm talking about, the people that drink. Don't drink alcohol. Be your higher self. We're heroes and we're here to win. If we don't win, we're doomed.
Well,
Like, flat reason I would stress again, yeah. Sorry. Flat Earth is almost. I mean, I'm with Flat Earth 100% all the way, but people are really taking it like a. It's almost like it's behaving as a religion, because the up and coming generation, the newer generation, they're not gonna think like us. We're basically
we don't have time for the next generation. Like the way you're thinking right there, we don't have time for the next generation. Let's see what they're gonna have to say. Brother, there's a lot of people that speculate by 2020 when 5G rolls out.
It's not going to happen overnight. It doesn't happen.
I know, brother. I know. But what I'm saying is that what you're saying is like you're all down with flat Earth, but you know we're acting a little too much. Like I get that, but you know what? A real flat earther is gun ho, and they're a virus that's going to spread to everybody, and that's just how it is. And if you think,
but earlier on, yeah, reason why I obviously making this statement is because you said you keep yourself to yourself. You don't make friends with people who are not flat earthers.
No, I make them flat earthers. I make them flat earthers. My neighbor's a flat earther.
Religion thing. I'm just listen. I'm being a shrink right now. I'm being a
save the world thing.
Huh?
It's a saving the world thing, brother. That's what it is. You're asking me a question, and the answer is it's a saving the world thing. The flat Earth is not a religious thing.
I'm with saving the world, and
that's all it is.
Like telling everyone the world is flat. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like you said, like as we know, it's not everyone that can be awakened.
Who knows that? I don't believe that. I don't believe that everybody's gonna be woken.
It's not. It's like religion. It's either you're with the blue team or the red team.
No, you were taught.
It's either your yin, it's either your yang. It's either your yin, it's either your yang. It's either your no, it's either your yes. It's either your blue pill or the red pill. Like there's always gonna be a difference. Not everyone's gonna be on the same thinking.
No, you were taught that. You were taught that.
Fraymo, I'm not sure if everybody is going to be there. I would have loved it when I first came into this because I was a very sensitive person. And then you get then suddenly this flat earth. Right, now you understand about all the other hoaxes, the lies, everything else. But I can't believe how narcissistic a lot of flat earthers are. They've got to get out of this globe way and the way they've been bred. And I know it's really hard, and it takes maybe many years to deprogram. But like some of us, I would say, sort of getting a bit frustrated because someone like Joey pounds it out day in, day out, flat earth, day in, day out, day in, day out. And it's a bit frustrating. In fact, we just want it to branch out more and more and more. And that's what he's saying. It's not
all we need to do. All we need to do is encourage each other. Just encourage each other. As the videos go by, when you see Karen's video or my video or any flat earthers, give it a like, even if you're running out the door. That's what a flat earther is. It's unity. It's growing this movement. It's good to question if it's a religion, is it a cult, whatever. That's great. Start your own group for that. But this is a flat earth unity.
You're going against.
Your question's been answered. Is it a religion? No. So, I mean, why talk about is it a religion on a topic where everybody on here is answering your question saying no?
I'm saying the way you're describing how your approach to the flat earth, it made me ask. It made me ask the fact: is this turning into a religion? Religion meaning
the answer is no.
Religion meaning everyone's got their own points, or everyone's got their own views on this flat earth thing.
I have to say, Fraymo, I don't mean to be horrible to anybody who's religious in the chat room or whatever, but this is not religious. You
Yeah,
can be
No,
religious.
no, no, no. I know it's not. I know it's not. I know it's not.
I'd
Listen,
rather talk flat Earth proofs than religion. I mean, this is like I get your question. Is it religious? You think it could be? That's great. I
no,
respect
is
your.
it turning? Is it the same concept as a religion
No,
concept?
no, it's not. It's
As in,
not.
like,
It's
to
something
divide,
separate.
it's dividing people, right? Because
No,
you
it's
said, listen, you said, like, your friends that you pick are flat earthers. Your work colleagues, the work that you're doing is flat
yeah,
earthers. Do you know
yeah.
what I mean? So it's like me saying I'm a Muslim, I'm only gonna date a Muslim, I'm only gonna be friends with Muslims. You know what I mean? It's the same concept. Looking
Okay,
at
hang
it
on a second.
on a
Hang on a
bigger
second. Brother.
scale.
Hang on a second. Hang on a second.
Or a
So
Christian or a
okay.
Buddhism.
Okay, I got your point. I got your point. So I'm telling you this: when I have friends, I make sure that if they're not already a flat earther, which they're usually not, that I bug them until they're a flat earther. And if they're not okay with that, then they scram. If they're okay with that, then they stick around. That's okay, brother. Don't worry about it. I'm just fighting my cause. You're fighting your cause too, but
I'm
it's not.
with you. I'm with you, man. I'm with you,
Yeah.
man.
So, but good
I think
question.
that Joey was
Good
trying
question.
to say basically as well is, isn't it nice that the people who he's employing are flat earthers?
I make them a
wife
flat earther.
is a
I
flat
make them.
earther.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if somebody's about to get a vaccine, I'm going to do my best to make sure they don't get a vaccine. That's not a religion either. So you can go down the whole list, and I respect all the questions. But next question, please. It's not a religion. If we're saving the world, and I'm a hero, and I pat myself. I know Karen hopefully pats herself. Everybody else pats themselves on the back. We're heroes, and we're a virus that's not going to go away because until we win, we got some work to do.
It's the same thing with religion, though. When religion first came around,
I got you, brother.
it was like a new thing, right? I'm sure.
Okay, we get the point, Fraymo. Maybe you've heard something, but I didn't see it that way. So yeah. Can we move on from the religion bit? Who else is on the panel saying no? Because I say no, it's not.
Can I just pop in? Right, I don't want. I want. It's only religion if you want it to be. Yeah, because that's the concept and the perception of you as a person. Not as a person. Strike that. As a being. Yeah. It's only a religion if you choose it to be. My perception is
what is a religion? What is the concept of what is the purpose of religion? Or what is the concept of religion?
Well, religion, as far as I'm concerned, has only served one purpose, and that is to entrap the weak and empower the rich.
Okay, that's your view, right? But I'm saying,
Yeah,
what is the main purpose? What is the main purpose of religion?
Hey, brother, are you a
flat earther? Do?
Brother, are you a flat earther?
Who, me?
You.
Joey.
Are you a flat earther?
Who, me?
Yeah.
100%.
Are you sure?
Oh, mate, listen, I'm going on by your statement. You said you only deal with people.
Look, it's all about unity, brother. Look, that you should be proud of that. Everybody but you is like, heck yeah. So look, dude, you're the only one saying this. I got it. You think whatever, and you're still a flat earther. I don't understand it, but that's good.
I'm multiplying.
Look, I'm
multiplying what you said.
Person just like everybody else, and that's what we do. We convert people.
No, I'm multiplying what you said. Your statement.
I know, brother. That's
thousands,
good. I get that, but this is your opinion.
There's thousands.
The whole show can't be about you think it's a religion. I get you, brother.
Okay, you've made the point now, Fraymo. You've made the point now. Can we move on to another subject?
Can I just jump in, please? You see what this English thing does? Can you see what it does? It's to and fro, because that's the way it is.
No, I love you. I just don't want to waste time. We all. It's a new point, so it's like it's just an opinion talk. We can do that on another show.
No, it's a case of the English. It really does get confusing at times because people don't, the words are confusing, and same as you, brother. You know what I mean? It's confusing, and that's what words are. Words are confusing. That's what they're there for. That's why the languages have been changed so much, because they're there to be confused. Yeah, you confuse yourself because you talk in your language, in your own language. So you're seeing things in a perception of a language that was created for you. You know what I'm saying? So it gets complicated because of the language. So I look at, it is. It's all spells because we all learn to spell it. Yeah, we all learn to spell. So you've got to be aware that some words are an entrapment within themselves.
Rush in, because the traffic is going to change.
Do you want me to stand in the space? Sorry? Fraymo.
No, it's, I don't know.
I must say that Fraymo doesn't really know anybody on this panel. Yeah, he's been going to Joe Academy's, Science Academy's hangouts. He doesn't really know people here, but Joey is every day hammers out flat Earth.
Heck yeah, 100%. That's why I had to stand up to that comment, not out of disrespect. I love every flat earther with all my heart, and I would never ever do anything to make them not do whatever they're trying to do to help the movement. But I'm never gonna stop trying. I'm just a man on fire, and so is everybody on here. So yeah, that's what I do. I pound it out, whatever I can do. And in public, I'm wearing my flat earth t-shirts. Told you I have my own flat earth business. I'm flat earth everywhere because what's that?
I said yay, hey.
Yay. See, that's what I wanted to hear. Thank you, Karen. And then look, brother, like if for a flat earther, don't be saying anything. Well, do you think it's this? Do you think it's that? Don't even feed the potential of it, okay? All you do is you be a cheerleader, and everybody's show you like it. Everybody's show you comment. Everybody you talk nicely. If you don't like them, just let them do their own thing. You know, if they're not the religion you are, or whatever, we have to support one another to win this thing. That's it. Flat Earth unity that's what it is. So.
This flat Earth thing, right? It's a different consciousness. I'm sorry, it is, and it's not full of that horrible ego. So anybody that's really woken up or in this, even on the hangout, we connect. We can feel each other on the hangout. So there's a consciousness which goes on for us. That's what's coming together. Is our consciousness as a people.
No
and you
ego.
have to. Yeah, it's a different ego.
Yeah, there's no ego. Ego's a problem. Ego really is a problem because you get ego in everything. Yeah, I've been guilty of it. So much of it, you know. Still am now.
I remember
you can't help it.
Fred, you need ego even to get out of bed, but it doesn't mean that you have to be horrible to people, think you're better than people, and all that, wanting to argue with people. And
ego's fake as well, though, Karen, isn't it? Because if you look at what people have ego over, yeah, like, oh, I'm a good footballer, when all they're doing is kicking a ball of air, yeah, you know, ego's lost its meaning, isn't it? Really, because it's egotistical. You get an egotistical window, please.
Putting the fake gods in, because there's got to be fake gods with money that you could never, none of us can earn. You know, 18 million, whatever it is, or whatever. Yeah, it's always got noughts and noughts on it. We're never going to. It's always making us want to look up to something that is just, well, you know.
Fake. Yeah, it's fake. Money's fake. It's all fake. That's all fake because it's all material. Because it's all you can't take it with you, can you? You can't take it with you. You know, that's it. It's as simple as that.
We talked about this the other day, that money is more important than the people, and that's the really sad thing. It should be that we had money to buy things, and the people are the most important. And now it's money is the god. Money is the medium. It should be the people.
Well, it's money has got everybody under a spell, though, Karen. And like I said before, if you look at money and you look at gold, they're very interconnected. They're intertwined.
I can't work out when I'm getting older, Flat Fred, but the way that things are going up, our wages are just not going up like the way that things are going up, the bills, the taxes, and everything.
That's how they trick us into using money for their evilry, because we would never fall for it if we got back our one human right that would cure everything for everybody, which is free land. And there's enough free land for everybody. It's a myth that there's overpopulation. Free land would cure homelessness. You would never have to work. You would never abort your child. You would never be.
The place was made for us freely, wasn't it? The water was free. The tree, everything was free.
But even ego even involves itself. Ego even involves itself in homeowning.
Oh yeah, everything.
You know,
it makes you make stupid decisions all the time.
Yeah. So ego's got to go.
Amen to that.
Ego's got to go. It's
from my research, there's no way to get rid of it, but you can just lessen it to the most you can, because just like cancer,
turn it on itself.
Will always be in your body.
Turn it on itself.
What's that?
You got to turn ego on itself.
There you go. If you can do that, then you're brilliant.
I don't want it. I don't want any ego. I don't want any ego. as far as I'm concerned,
when we're all woken up, we don't even have to worry about it. It's not something we talk about. You don't even have to worry about it.
Indeed.
Karen, people try and give you it for free. They try and give you ego for free. They go, here you go, there's some ego. You know, this is it. It's hard. It's difficult because, like I said, everything's connected. You know, like people don't want you to wake up. People don't want you to be doing this. People don't want you this. People don't want you to do this because they're quite happy and they're resigned in the self and they're resigned in the life that they're living. But I think about the young.
They don't want to come together. They don't.
I think about the young ones. You know, little Joey's young and look at her. She's asleep. She's lovely. It's about them because they need to be having the chance to have a life that we missed out on, that the time that it's supposed to be. So create consciousness and creation can become one again.
It is about them. It's 100% about them. But I also think it's about us too, because I think this revolution is going to happen by the end of this year or the beginning of next year. I really do. The momentum is so strong. Flat Earthers never give up. We're a virus that contaminates others. All these celebrities and all their fan base. I think it's going to happen. I think this is the age of Aquarius, the paradigm shift. This is our time now. And the heroes are going to be able to relish in it and be able to be the elders that tell the next generation the oral myth of what we went through so it can never happen again. I think that's going to happen sooner than later. That's what I think.
It's the age of Aquarius. There's a pouring of knowledge. It's getting poured every day.
Amazing.
And they're trying to stop it getting poured, but I'm sorry, but creation's master designer. You can't beat creation. You know, this is creation's realm. You know, at the end of it, all said and done, you know, every flower that blooms, you know, it's not ours. It's not ours. We sell them in the shop. You know, what makes me sick is when you see weddings on the TV and then they bring all these blooming flowers out, don't they? And they take all these flowers down and they put them all up over this fake altar and then thousands and thousands of flowers for about 20 minutes. And then the flowers are discarded. You know, it's atrocious. It's atrocious. It's sad. Sorry, state of affairs.
Unfortunately, we put other things as more important.
Yeah, well, we should not. You know, I mean, judgment's horrible, but we shouldn't encourage it. We shouldn't encourage it. You know, well, we do encourage it, but we shouldn't. You know, this is it. This is how strong everything is. This is how strong the elite have got everything. You know, to be that strong that we can question our own integrity, you know, on a daily basis, just because we don't know what we're doing is right. You know, that's a powerful spell. That's a powerful spell.
The way I see it is like us humans are easily manipulated, very, very easy manipulated.
Yeah, that's our only kryptonite. You're right. Our only kryptonite is
we're very easily manipulated.
Yep, I agree.
You know, and they put things in place to massage our egos. Do you know?
Yeah, right, mate. But it starts with education.
You definitely got to let go of your ego, definitely. But we're old, us, me, you, the people on the panel. We're old enough to see the obstacles. We're old and wise enough to see the obstacles. But the new generation are not that. They're not going to be that clever. So
they're going to be more clever.
We'll see.
I think I know what he means. I think I know what Fraymo means. My daughter, right?
I mean, it's easy for us to wake up.
Very interested in drinking. Her whole thing. She's quite.
No, I know. I'm just a little bit arrogant. But it's sad.
Children are a bit arrogant, and they're the younger generation. Just hope that.
I actually do.
They don't care about us. In the next 10 years, how strong are we gonna be? Like I'm.
Well, I do agree with that, brother. I do agree with that, but I just was hoping that's why I blurted it out. I was hoping you were wrong, but yeah, I know I do see it too, and it's so sad. But you know, that's why it makes us fight even harder. That's why I'm going to be more vigilant, and that's why all of us have to be more vigilant. We have to. You know what I mean? What you're saying is true, but we have to for that reason and more.
Hey, listen, through our research on you, right, up until the late 90s, you could find documents, information about flat Earth. About 1997, it disappeared. And then there's been this big gap, maybe till, well, we'll say what, we'll say 5 years, right? There's still a gap of 15, 20, whatever it is, years, and with nothing about flat Earth in it. So now it's almost like, oh, well, where's this come from? It was always there, but they got rid of it in 1997. It just stopped.
Yep.
So if they got rid of it, I mean,
It was earlier than that.
70.
Yeah, it was earlier than that. It was. I can remember being at school at 8-year-old, picking up a book with Christopher Columbus in it, saying the flat Earth, the Earth was flat, and that was when I was 7 or 8 year old. And that teacher took that book off me. You know, this is how deep it goes. It goes so deep, man. Do you know, like Freya, you know, like you're saying, it's like Truman. It goes so deep, so deep.
The rabbit hole goes way deep. Like, you know what I mean? I thought it was just flat Earth. When I found out about the flat Earth, I thought, like, this is it. Fuck it. The government, the system's collapsing. It's gonna collapse. And then the more I looked into it, it was like, nah, like it literally isn't. Like, it's just another level. There's levels. Do you know what I mean? Religion was one level. Whatever else that was there before, after, or you know what I mean?
When they all interconnect. Each thing, because that's it. You start off with flat Earth, and then you end up feeling like you're a scientist at the end of it. There's so many levels, and it's on every level.
But
every level.
But we're stuck on this level. All we're talking about is flat Earth. There's no.
What are you talking about? In this episode alone, we talked about pyramids, free energy, vaccines, raw food. Brother, flat Earth incorporates. It's just a title for people who not only know the Earth is flat, but to call yourself a flat Earther means you know all the other stuff too, and you're in constant search. We're not stuck on flat Earth. Actually, we hardly even talk about flat Earth. We usually talk about other topics.
Yeah, you're right. Okay.
I walk down the street.
It's opening a few other things.
Yeah, well, I can walk down the street and I can spot stuff that drives me absolutely potty. You know, that stuff that you can see straight in front of your face, like magnetic MCs. Yeah, you know what I mean. It's like magnets. They're all magnets for consumers. It's consumer magnets, consumer magnetism. You know, it's got to stop, man. It's got to stop.
So when religion, I'm trying to guess now, like when religion came out, and there was a whole thing about, because the way religion was started was obviously through these messiahs, the middleman. The middleman started religion, right? So when religion came out, what other things came out of the woodwork as well?
Well, religion came out for a reason.
They've had to try and find something to control us, right? And I, you know, some of my friends are into religion, so I don't want to upset anybody, but it seems that religion was made to control the people, and now they're doing it through debt and other stuff like that. They keep having to control the people. We're living in like an open air prison. That's what we're living in.
Religion's still going
everywhere. We're not free. There's no democracy.
Amen. I'm going to write a post about that. We're living in an open air prison. That's poetry.
Sorry, that's a negative way of looking at it.
Only if you want it to be.
Hey guys, listen. I'm gonna jump on the underground. Yeah, I'm gonna hit you guys back when I get out.
Okay.
Good chatting with you, my friend. Flat Earth Unity.
Nice to meet you, Freya.
Yeah, I'll see. I'll be back in a second. I'm just gonna jump on the underground.
Okay.
And then as soon as I'm out on the other end, I'll call you guys back.
Cool.
All right. Bye.
Yeah, I got a question. You guys there?
Go, Flat Earth dude. Go.
So before Flat Earth, there was the globe, which they've been selling for what we've been told 500 years. I wonder if before that it was just the opposite, right? They were just telling people, dude, man, you live on a flat world and it's flat, and then the globe came around and everybody was like, what? It's like a release, you know what I mean? It's like a information release. I don't know, man. I'm just kind of thinking out loud.
I know we've been
funny.
educated wrongly, like we said, even the word spelling, we're making spells, but probably as people, we probably are more educated than 300-400 years ago, probably, but not educated in the right way, because they've educated us about things like the globe and none of that, and a system that is fake. But that's probably what's helped us. Maybe the internet is what's helped us, like,
Yes.
wake up more.
Look at the movie The Matrix. He's asleep at his desk. It says wake up. He goes on to the internet, and what does the internet say? It says unplug. So wake up with the internet, close down the system by getting everyone to unplug their TVs. TVs, how they fooled us into the moon landing, how they fooled the crisis actors, the fake.
There's something else going on with that TV, Joey, as well, because it's mind controlling. It really is getting people. You feel so much better when you can watch a little bit of television if you want, but those that sit there day in, night out watching that television, they're programmed robots. We all done it.
Yeah, I used to do it too all the time. Stuck like this.
But when you turn the television off and you start doing a bit more of your own research, you can start coming together on Hangouts, talking and listening. I mean, like Fraymo was saying something, then hang on a minute. We've got Joey talking about all that. Fred's into trees. Flat Dude, he does his part out with his camera. He does loads of things. He's got loads of things he talks about. We're actually a myriad of people, and we cannot all do the same thing.
Preach. Amen. We're all superheroes in our own powerful ways, and just like you said. Amen.
So, Joey, asking you, like, the bit with the volcanoes, where do you want that to go then? Because obviously for you, another lie. But isn't it awful to think even footage from a volcano can't be correct? I've got it down that it's only on the NASA thing. I know the wars are lies and they do that, but I hadn't thought that nearly everything we see when they're actually filming it is enhanced, touched up, lied about. I'm just like, oh my goodness.
Even the eruption that they allude is coming from the cone-shaped mountain is nothing other than a panning close shot from a distance of a lava bed that's filled up a cavity and it's pushing on the walls, and matter from above is falling in on it, debris, and it shoots it out. That's all it is. It's just.
So what do you make of them? Those that are doing that in mountains? Because you're saying it doesn't matter. It's not just in a mountain. It's on roads. It's these tubes are everywhere. But they put they're only showing the ones in mountains, aren't they? Which make them look like mountains, volcanoes.
You know what they're doing, and it's a great question. I love the question because people keep on asking that. Lava, when it comes out, just like there's a reef in the ocean, lava, when it comes out of a lava tube underground, its first reaction is to cause a little hump. Okay, that hump, when you take a picture of it from a distance, it looks like a little volcano with fire pouring out of it. Go to Google Map and ask them where the location of that volcano was. You see what I'm saying? I'm telling you, it's just a matter of they got to sell these pictures. And National Geographic knows that not even flat earthers knew what a volcano looks like. They just so happen to have the worst luck of their life because I'm a truther and I geek out on volcanoes, and I knew that volcano lava video is a hoax. But that's not even my intention. If you guys want to make it your attention, that's fine. My attention is to let you know I'm what I would call an expert volcanist, because I'm not a volcanist, but I've studied it for 12 years. And I want you guys to follow me on this no volcanoes on a flat earth. And I only called it no volcanoes on a flat earth to copy the no forest on a flat earth. And I know people don't like that I did that, but I have to do it because that's my background. I used to be a bartender and a promoter in Waikiki. And like you said, Karen, we only do the best that we can. But I've got some truths, some gems that are going to open more truths. And right now, all the news is talking about it. Wouldn't that be great if we could show all those 20 million people that they just got hoaxed?
Yeah, I sent you a link to one as well that looked really suspect with all this red lava. It just looked like the whole thing had been, that spewing bit was stuck on there. That was not real.
Yeah, people are working over there, hanging out over there, going camping and hiking, helicopter cruise. It's one of the big tourist attractions. You know, it's just, if it wasn't for the television, you guys wouldn't even know what's going on. But they lie, and there's one person here on the ground that can tell you, and I'm going there in a few weeks so I can show everybody too. I'm gonna Facebook Live it. And it's like the most boring thing. I mean, I'm not trying to bag on it, but it moves at the pace of a snail. And it's black, and you know, it's you have to smell the smell from it.
So what the lava flows then? All the that isn't that color either. It's all dark, going very slowly across.
So they have to show it to you red because you want to see red. Otherwise, you're not going to pay for the magazine. Black looks like a street, but that's actually what lava looks like. Now, if you're from an aerial view on a helicopter like how I was, you can see the red cracks underneath. But that's what you're going to see. It's black and it's boring. And the guy on your show earlier, I believe it was Fred, he confirmed it too. And by the way, I have lots of friends that are flat earthers and not flat earthers on the Big Island. And once they heard my information, not only did they confirm that the video is fake, but they also said, yeah, I never thought about it before kind of thing, like the horizon being flat. Like, oh my God, it's so easy. There's not one video of lava coming out of the tip of a cone-shaped mountain. There's not one.
You mean those red lava flows, all of them are lies, all of them.
Yeah, unless it's filmed at nighttime, but they're still going to enhance it like crazy. But nighttime is the only time you ever have the potential to get that glow. They're enhancing their work, but they have to. It won't sell, and that's just what they're not bad people. They just go and do their thing, and you know, they're artists in their own minds, just like the people who paint the pictures of you know, of NASA's planets and you know, whatever. Well, that might be different, but these guys, they're real people. Go to that guy's page. I'm not going to say his name because I don't want to shame him. Go to his page if you really know the story and see for yourself. He's a normal guy. He's a, you know, has a family, all this different stuff. All these videographers, I know videographers, they make their stuff look the best. They put their name on the side so they get monetary value from it. He has no idea that he's helping out the powers that shouldn't be. So I just want everyone to follow me on the No Volcanoes on a Flat Earth because it defies physics and it's a lie, and it'll help you guys to learn, you know, to open more eyes. Each new truth we learn.
Something, Joey.
Yeah.
I know that you said is there any way that you could in any way film some of this to show us? I know you can't go right into it.
I'm doing that in a few weeks. I'm going to the Big Island because I always go there anyways, and I'm going to bring my camera with me my phone with me to do a Flat Earth Live. So I'll be doing a Flat Earth Live there. I'll hang out all day. You know me, I'm all about Flat Earth. So I'll show you guys the dormant lava tubes. I'll talk to the volcanists and I'll have them, hey guys, is there a cone-shaped mountain here? They'll tell you what a shield volcano is. They call it shield volcano. It's just another name for lava tubes come out here and they form this mountain. So I'm going to do that. Yes, Karen. And it's going to be so fun because I go there anyways. And, you know, I'm going to have a good time with it.
Yeah, because it's the only way, isn't it, is to show people the truth.
Yeah, I mean, you got to see real lava flow. And there's plenty of amateur lava flow. If you guys look at it online, go to the amateur lava flow and you'll be like, oh, that's it? Okay, it's the same thing I would show you. It's just whenever you look at this guy's supposed 20 million views in 7 days amateur video, my goodness, you know, all doctored up, that's what it doesn't look like. You know, it doesn't look anything like that. And he had to sensationalize it just to make more sales. That's it. He's not a bad guy. But I want you to follow me on the No Volcanoes on a Flat Earth, you guys, because...
Joey, do you want to explain to people how they find you then?
Yeah, just go to I'm on Facebook. I'm like a Facebook hero. So my name is Joey Rocha, Joeyrocha. You can find me there. And just in case you didn't know this, Karen, or anybody else that's watching, I'm 40 years old. I don't have any felonies. I was born in the United States of America. I'm married, and I have 2 dogs, and I'm running for president in 2020, and with one goal in mind, free land for all solves it all.
Running for president?
Yeah, I know it sounds crazy, but I'm actually doing that. I get mixed different reactions. I could care less. I decided I was going to do it a while back, and so that's why I'm trying to get in great shape, and I'm trying to get myself in the mood for speaking. I'm taking some speech classes coming up here. I'm going to be taking some debate classes, and I'm going to try and spread the word that one simple thing, free land, can solve it all. There's enough land in the state of Texas alone to house all supposed 7 billion people on Earth in it comfortably with a few acres each. So if we just forgot about this government and somehow we could communicate with our fellow human beings that, look, we're the ones that build our roads, we're the ones that build our cars. Ubuntu will reign once again, and it'll end homelessness because everyone has their own free land. It'll end hunger. You can grow your own free food, etc., etc. War and crime goes further. So yeah, if people didn't know that, I've been campaigning that for a while. 2020, forget Oprah, vote Rocha, and I'll be the first Mexican president ever. But don't worry, after I become president and all these, and the rules implemented where you get free land and Ubuntu reigns, I'm going to obliterate presidency. I don't want to be a president. It has nothing to do with fame or ego. I just want to do anything I can to free our people. And if anything, it'll
You
give
want
me
that microphone, don't you? You can go, it's flat.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm here now and I'm telling everybody it's flat.
Yeah. You know what? And actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to use it. I'm going to use a different technique. I'm going to use a technique of just focusing on free land and educating people to the fact that there's enough land for everybody. And then I'm hoping that hope, because we need hope. It's not the truth that we're missing. We need hope. I'm hoping that hope can help everybody else to start to unite, to look into the truths that we've all been saying. Because right now our own family won't listen to us. So if anybody didn't know that 2020, that's what I'm doing, but that's way down the line. And who knows what else I'm going to do, but I live and bleed for this. Meatloaf said he'd do anything but that. I'll do that too.
So where you're going to be president? Oh, you said Spanish.
No, the United States of America. I'm running for president. And my only goal is just to make enough stink that I can get the word out. It's not about being president. It's just getting the word out where people are talking, hey, this guy's talking about free land. That's it. It's just whatever of their system I can use. It's their game. I'm only a player in it. So I'm going to use their system to do anything I can to, decapitate them in any way possible. With a smile on my face and following all their rules, because flat earthers are smarter than globe heads.
The only bit that worries me, not about what you're doing, is that they've gone so far to lie. I mean, look at the trillions and trillions, oh my goodness, of money and the effort it seems in the 60s they turned us into a ball. For the last 50, 60 years of this indoctrination, they're going to do anything they can to keep this lie, isn't it? So
oh yeah, they're desperate. They're going to do anything possible. They're grasping onto it. That's why I tell everybody, look guys, it's not just flat earth unity, whatever, which it is. This is a war that's going on. So when you see your friends making a video and they're on Facebook Live, you better go and tune in, drop what you're doing. If you're invited to a meetup and it's 30 minutes away, you better drop what you're doing. You know what I mean? This is the all important purpose. This is what we all called ourselves to be. Why else were we awoken while everybody else is asleep? Don't sit on this gift of being a higher vibration yourself. You have to, you have to rise up to the greater cause. Right, Chuchu? For this next generation right here, for our keiki. Huh, baby?
Yay, she's beautiful.
They lie about everything. They say that the vaccines are going to prevent your kid from getting all these problems. They give them the problems. My daughter's never been to the doctor once. Not once. Not even for a checkup. You know what I mean? So we need to get back to not relying on the people that are killing us. And that's the only reason why I'm trying to run for president, because I want to make noise. I'm a noisemaker, Karen. You know that.
Oh, I see.
I'll run it.
I saw a couple of comments about that. I realise what that's about now.
What's that?
You being president. Now I realise.
Yeah. Forget Oprah, vote Rocha, free land for all, solves it all, the first Mexican president. Whatever it takes. And I'm going to drop all my truth bombs along my campaign. They have to listen to me. I get an ear. I'll tell them about vaccines if it comes up, but I'm going to put it in a very polite way because I don't want to offend anybody with my truth tongue. I want to make sure to do my part. I want to be a service to this community because I'm one of the many members and I take my job seriously.
Hey, Joey, if you go and get this footage in Hawaii, then you will have done a service for mankind to prove that it's all a lie.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank you. I'm going to do that and it's going to be a pleasure. And I know everybody here will share it for me. And you know what? The thing is, I want to tell everybody this ahead of time. I don't think the guy should be shamed because or at least shame everybody in the industry that's doing it. They don't know what they're doing. They're just enhancing their work. So really it's but do what you will with the information, but it's fake. That's fake. It's 9:24 a.m. in the morning when that's shot. Lava's black like the bottom flow goes, not the top red flow that's bright red.
How come nobody else has noticed this then?
Well, there's not too many people in the whole world that's ever seen a volcano. That's just a fact. I know it's crazy, but it's a fact. I've been there tons of times, and it stood out in my mind. A lot of people come back with a romanticized version of what they want to tell others that they experienced because they're on a tour, costs a lot of money. But in reality, I got to do it for free all the time with a friend. And so I was actually disappointed, just like the guest earlier on here said, because it's like nothing. You're like, oh my God, I'm charging my customers hundreds and hundreds of dollars to do these tours, right? So it's nothing and it's very boring, and that's what got my spark on this. So when you see a video like that and you go, it's an impossibility. It's an impossibility. It's just that the majority of the world has never in their wildest dreams ever been to see a volcano live in person. So they're banking on our, you know, like they said earlier, our gullibility and ignorance. You know, we're gullible, we'll believe whatever they show us, and our ignorance of what we've never been there. So how do we know? We can't confirm it.
So all they're really doing is just showing the like making it look absolutely devastating, flowing hundreds of miles an hour lava. Why aren't they going to the people who are more specialist in this? Why aren't they talking to these people and having these on the news and stuff like that?
Because if you go to the Big Island, there's nothing going on. It's just like the SARS epidemic. When the SARS epidemic came out, I flew to Asia because I was you know, I'm just like that personality, right? And it turns out nobody over there knew what was going on. None of them were wearing the mask, nothing like that. It's a completely contrived thing that even works here in America. That's how segregated and how split up and how dysfunctional they got us, is that even here, you know, Hawaii is considered the States. Even here in America, they can fool people into thinking there's a tragedy going on when even locals there.
Yeah, I agree with you. Listen, Joey, it went through my mind. Listen. I was in my 20s. This is when they were bombing Libya. Right, and all the UK papers that would come out. I was in, where was I? I was in Ibiza, somewhere like that, Majorca, where's your one? It was Majorca, that's it, it's that one. And what it was is the papers there. So like the Daily Mail from the UK is flown out, but it said World War bases in the UK open, could be nuclear threat. Now, when you're away from home, it's even a bit more worrying. So I remember coming home and like first I rang up my mum and said, "Is everything all right?" Like she didn't know what I was on about. Yeah, the papers said it all repeatedly that we were on the brink of this, you know, and all. And it, why would that? So it's all again. It's just, do you know what I mean? Like they're telling people abroad all this set of lies, ranking it up. Come home, my mum doesn't know what I'm talking about. Sorry, Joey, you're muted.
How'd you know I was talking?
Because I could see your lips moving.
Smart. Right. No, I just, Karen, like we were talking before the show too. I agree with you 100%. And all of us real flat earthers that are hardcore, that have each other's backs no matter what, we're on that same page. We may have some truths that we know that others don't, or be on a different slightly page or something, but we're all. That's what I love about this community. Like we're the people that are going to save the next generation. It's this generation. It's this generation, and that's it. All of us, all of our different backgrounds. You know, we chose to be here, and the thing they didn't want us to do was unite. That's what they were hoping. They were hoping that we would.
Yeah, even Facebook.
No. We're all going to unite. We're going to go to groups and everything, and we're going to show our faces. We're not going to be embarrassed.
Joey, Facebook. They've tried to kill Flat Earth on Facebook. I mean, this time last year, people were actually on the groups. Now more people are doing it from their own profiles. That's how they're putting their Flat Earth stuff out.
Oh, I love it. I know it. You know what? That was me too. I had my own page called 180 Degrees. Because, you know, there's like a temperature test. You stick your toes in there and you're like, oh, okay, this is coming out. It's pretty hard. But I decided finally one day to come out when I found out was my daughter was, my wife was pregnant with my daughter. I said, okay, then if I have it, I didn't know. It wasn't planned, so we weren't planning it. When I found out I was a dad, I was like, next day, every truth I ever had, it was going to come out. Because now, you know, I wasn't trying to save my reputation. Now I'm trying to save my daughter's future.
Yeah, look how beautiful and innocent she is.
Yeah, and we all are. Even the jerks within the community and the jerks outside of the community. We all have a form of PTSD from what they did to us. Everything from the circumcision on men to the vaccines and the TV indoctrination and, you know, all the lies. So we just got to give each other all a free pass and just move on and win this thing and march forward. That's it.
Yeah, so I suppose we all have to, in a sense, have a job, don't we? Because we need to move on. I think that's where I think like you probably like for the first few years, it's the shape, it's what we're living on, the shape and then it gets to this point where you feel like you want to do something, you've got to move on slightly.
Yeah, it's once you realize its implications, its deep lying implications, and something strikes you, movie like how you've done and other people have done, that, you know, that's who you are now. Like I feel like, you know, I came out of the closet, so to speak, but I did 100%. And by the way, there's a lot of closet flat earthers. I'm sure all of you know some closet flat earthers. But closet flat earthers are not closet flat earthers. They're sleeper cells. They're our friends. Don't worry. It's just human nature working its way out. Whenever this
thing is, I do agree with you. Lady Co-Pilot, like what they've done to her because she came out as a flat earther, You see what I mean? Like, this is
Yeah.
why people's maybe be a bit quieter or in the closet, whatever you want to put it.
There's sleeper cells for now, but once it becomes more popular, they'll feel comfortable to come out, and then we're going to take them with our
the ones going, hey, I always knew it was flat.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We'll let them say that. No worries. Just like we're talking earlier, no ego. If they agree, then that's good enough with me.
Yeah, is it a little bit frustrating now? I mean, Flat Fred, like you said, no ego. He's a very gentle person, Flat Fred. But I can just tell that you're quite wound up right now, aren't you? Is it because you're on a buzz with the volcanoes? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's a bit frustrating, isn't it? We want it to move on. How do we do it? We're left with YouTube and Facebook.
It's very difficult. It's very difficult, but you just be like Nike and just do it. You just keep doing it. You just keep doing it. I call it the metaphor of beating on the belly of the beast. You know, boom, 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 boom. You know, we just do it. We just keep on doing it, and we keep on talking, and then we do it again, and then eventually. I mean, look at us now. If you Google search flat Earth right now, there's like 400 million Google searches this minute. If you did the same thing last year, you'd get about 25 million. That's huge. The Boston Celtics are basically a flat Earth team. There's flat Earth celebrities on The Bachelorette. Lincoln's a flat earther. I mean, it's about to catch a fire. So I say we just all stay positive. These truths will all come out. You know, I'm gonna keep on pushing my lava hoax, and the most important thing though, Karen, is not the lava hoax. It's what you've created with the flat Earth unity. So mission accomplished already.
That only works because we're all in this together, eh? Without the people, there's nothing. But I kind of understand a little bit like you. Like, I used to be quite a social butterfly. I've had my own social club. You know, my friends, when I said parties, you know, we'd have themed food parties or, 70s, 80s. I used to do all these things. I used to go obviously out into the public for my social club. But I don't want to anymore because I just don't want to be out there in that.
No,
I don't mind being flat earthers and out there. But I don't want to be there because it's all a mentality.
Yep. That's why you're so respected too. You know, you're on a mission. You can tell when someone's on a mission, and when someone's on a mission, you encourage them because I don't know how many people you through watching your show you've encouraged to do their own videos or whatever it is, but that makes a ripple effect. And in the very end, there's a lot of karma that all of us are going to get. And I'm not saying to be greedy, but actually, the more loving and caring and the more that we teach these truths to other people in a loving, caring way, more karma will come back to us. So it's really greedy to be a truther nowadays. You know, in the end times or the new beginning times, do what you can. Look back on your time now and be proud of every moment that you use it wise, because this is real. It doesn't seem real because we're stuck in this dual reality, but it's real. And just do everything you can every day. Don't let a day go by that you couldn't have done more.
Yeah, because you have to remain open, don't you? That's the bit where you lose it. Even if you don't agree with everything, you've got to remain open. Yeah,
you do, because it's ever changing, and plus, like, for example, let's say I was wrong on the volcanoes. Let's say I was totally wrong and I was totally wrong on the lava flow video. I'm not, okay? I'm 100% right. But let's just say I was, right? It'd be akin to the no forest on a flat earth kind of thing. Whatever, we're using our imaginations. The globe heads are the only ones that we're worried about that are going to make fun of us, so we get mad at each other. If we stop caring what they think because they think we're idiots anyways, and we just said, yeah, good for you to use your imagination. What about this? What about that? We'll get places further, because everything we've ever needed to know is in the all-knowing ether. And until we can, communicate freely without being worried about, somebody getting upset with us for an idea, we'll get further that way. Our imaginations are beautiful.
I think it's amazing. Even like Flat Fred, when he was talking earlier on, look at all the things that he's saying, look at all the things that you're saying. Yeah, all awake people and that thinking. Amazing, because that's the other side out there. They don't think.
With knowledge comes sadness.
I don't know how. What's that?
With knowledge comes much sadness.
That's what they say.
You listen to James. I can't remember. I think it was Black Fred was talking about him. That what it is we've been bred to think that wisdom is virtuous, but actually the wisdom is only the anxiety, and you think anxiety is virtuous. That's what he's saying. I can see all that.
Anxiety thinks it's a virtuous.
Yeah, it's just like, see, it's all wrong.
It thinks it's dangerous. This is where language has messed us all up. Language has messed us all up. It's crazy how, you know. I mean, I study a bit of Latin, and I study a bit of, you know, I even wrote the Hebrew alphabet. You know, the best time, I think, is quiet time for me.
Yeah, because you can think
You know,
then. Maybe you
well,
recharge trees. But you know
no,
what? Listen,
no,
about 200 or 300 years ago, it was all ye olde English. I mean, I don't know if I can understand
yeah.
that.
I don't want to be lost in thought though, Karen, either. Do you know? Do you know?
Well, maybe what it
Get
is,
lost in.
not being horrible, but you know, you've got to know yourself. Otherwise, flat Earth isn't going to come to you, because without knowing yourself, you're not going to understand or know that. But once you are more at peace with yourself, then flat Earth, the whole thing, you're more at peace. So you don't need to. Those things that are worrying a lot of other people, don't worry, because they're not there.
Well spoken. Well spoken. Karen, I'll be back in a few minutes. I gotta grab my daughter something real quickly, okay? But I'll be back in just a few minutes. I'm not leaving. Well said, bravo.
And sometimes, you know, these things are there, but you know, you want to, you know, you don't want those to rule your life quite so much.
I just think there's so much to this place, Karen, isn't there? There's so much more to this place than meets the eye. And there's so much more to it with the eye, isn't there? You know, just going out. Just going out. You go out on walks, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, well, just going out on walks. That's recharging. That's the recharge time.
I think a lot of flat earthers and even people in the chat rooms, you know, every time you go out and you see the trees, you look at everything so differently now.
Yeah, I mean, I've done a lot of studying. I'm still studying, Karen. But you know, everything has got a magical property, and
Could you
the
just
way it's
explain a bit
administered.
more about the trees while Joey's just doing something? We can't be on forever, but Fred, the bit about the trees resonate. They've got this whole thing that maybe people don't understand even about trees.
No, even when you just watch a tree grow. If you watch it grow, I mean, a lot of people don't even watch them grow. But when you get a sapling and a seed, it drops to the ground, and then that sapling starts to grow. That it's an effect, and it repeats itself. And once it repeats itself for so long, it'll shut down, shut down for winter. You know, and that you can see when it shuts down for winter by it losing its leaves. It loses its leaves because the sun is no longer nourishing it, because it's too cold. It's too far away, the sun. It's gone out the spiral, so the frequency of the sun is further away. So the tree has to shut down. There's got no other choice, is it, really? Unless it's an evergreen. Then it doesn't live entirely off the frequency of the sun being close. It can live off the frequency of the sun being far away. That's the beauty of an evergreen. Whereas a deciduous tree just basically has to lose its leaves, and then it has to shut down. And once it shuts down, a baby sapling, it'll shut down, and then in the next year, it'll sprout again, and the pattern will repeat, but it'll shoot off into a different direction. So it'll have two directions then, and then sometimes it'll shoot off into four. You know, people don't really watch that, and then obviously, eventually, after 40 years, you'll get a what is then looking at a young tree, you know, and then you look at the expression of that tree. It's kept its main stem, which is the life support of the tree, where all the nutrients and the life and the frequency absorbed from the ground, from the roots, from the connection of the roots, because they're all connected. That'll absorb into, and it'll express itself. It'll express itself ready for the sun. You know, it'll absorb. It's like, well, you look at it, it's like, well, it's perfect expression, and that's when you get the bloom. That's when you get the catkins coming out. You know, the flowers, and then you see everything starting to bloom, and then each tree's got its own. They all look similar, and they've all got a similar expression, but they're not. They're not the similar. They're not the same expression. They're all different expressions. Because the reason why they're different expressions is because they're all different in the cells. The different bark, the different leaves, the different veins, the different structures, different ways they branch off, different knots, different everything. You know, they're beautiful expressions. All trees are beautiful expressions.
Yeah,
then,
and I learned from you that the trees are resonating and they need to resonate.
Yeah,
and this is what they don't want to happen.
Well, they're just like I said earlier on. It's about they don't get a lot of encouragement, do they? Really, if you like I said, the bowl of rice experiment, people might have seen it, or the water experiment. You know, all that stuff is it's fact. You ignore something, it won't grow. You ignore something, it won't it won't respond, because everything's a frequency. So the sun gives off pure frequency, love frequency, a positive frequency. Well, some people would say it's a negative frequency, but whatever it is, it's a frequency that the tree enjoys expressing to. Yeah. So if you see it as that, it's a frequency the tree enjoys expressing to, because it flourishes in the sun in summer and in spring. Well, in the spring it starts to flourish, it starts to get ready, and then in the summer it flourishes, and then by the autumn the sun's moving away, spiraling out again, and then the tree starts to lose expression. But say as you're looking in in Santos goes on about it in the waves, in the way that the sun moves. The spring equinox is vital, because that's when the frequency is emitted from the sun for the life. For life, is the light is a frequency. The tree doesn't see the sun, because the tree doesn't have eyes. It only has eyes in its knots, but they don't see. They just receive a signal, and that signal they receive helps the tree express itself. If you've got a nice garden and you look after the garden and everything's lovely and you look after it and you express love to it, you will have a beautiful garden, because you're expressing love to the garden, and the garden will express love back to you, because that's the way that it works. Nature and in woodlands, they suffer now because they're not getting any sort of most of it's getting ignored. So when it does get ignored, not by me, but when it gets ignored, it can't express itself as much, and then it decides to shut itself down, because it's not getting expression. It doesn't get an expression. We are part of nature. We are part of the trees. We are part of the life. We are part of this system. So to know that shuts itself down, the nature will shut itself down because of the frequency it does not receive from us. We are abundant, and we have a massive footprint on in the environment where we live. So it has an effect on the surrounding environment as well. So in order for it to be
Fred, could you say that Trouble About's joined us? Trouble About.
Hey, Trouble.
Hi, guys.
Yeah. Hello, my darling. How are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Hey, we did Australia. We've been to Hawaii, and now we're back in Australia as well. And Joey, Hawaii. Hey, yeah.
All over the place.
He's just doing something with his baby right now. So how are you, Trouble?
I'm okay. I had a bit of an accident on my electric bike this week.
Oh, no.
I was taking a shortcut home, and I ran into this. So I'm on the nature strip next to a big road, so it's a pretty big nature strip. And there was this concrete drain sticking out of the ground about 3 inches, and I didn't see it till about a metre before I hit it. I'm limping a little bit. But apart from that, I'm good.
Oh,
Yes.
not
That's
not
all right.
good, not good then.
No, it hurt.
Hey, did you see our Santa? Sorry, Flatfred. We'll come back to you in a minute. Did you see our Santos hangout last night?
Yeah, that was really good.
Yeah,
I missed the
it,
last half, so I'll have to go watch that again. But yeah, I was there for a few hours at the beginning, and then I got
yeah,
distracted taking photos of Saturn because there's so many planets invisible at the moment. I'm hitting Venus, and now I think it's Saturn is the other one that's turned up, and Mars is down there too, and Jupiter's above us. I found 4 planets so far. That's what I've been doing lately, is taking heaps of film of skies. Although most of them are out of focus, it's really hard to get.
yeah, very hard to get things in focus. I've got to use my telescope. My kids bought me, but I've just been busy every night. Every night it's clear. I'm busy. But I need to focus in there. I want to see the moon through the telescope.
Yeah. I haven't got to the telescope yet.
I've got one. Hey, Joey's back now. Joey, I was just saying about going from Australia to Hawaii, and Trouble's joined the hangout now, and she's in Australia. Hawaii to Australia today.
Hey, what's up? Flat Earth Unity. That's what I love about the internet, what we were talking about earlier. This is making it possible for us to connect, to unify without breaking any rules. We're winning on the underground, on their own device that they created to fool us. Baby. Yeah, awesome. I'm glad we have a flat earther from Australia here, especially a female. The flat earth women rule. That's what makes this community so strong, with all the strong women like Karen and everybody. So I'm all for the flat earth women.
Thank you, Joey. And a compliment to Patricia and Trouble.
All the flat earth women. Ukadina Walker, Mark Queen, Patricia Steer, Lori Frey, Sasha, everybody. I don't care who you are. Good props on you. And you got your own following. You got people.
To all of us, though.
It's a leaderless movement. A leaderless movement that requires a bunch of leaders to motivate the small little tribes, basically. I mean, in a metaphor.
Yeah, I'm just new to like being active on Flat Earth. I'm only just starting to come out and spread it everywhere. But yeah, I've known about it for a while. But you guys are what gives us the courage to go and do it.
Come out full force. Look, I'm not trying to be weird here, but look at when someone comes out like they're let's say they're gay, for example, right? And they come out full force. Everyone just is like, okay, they accept it. I've come out full force with being flat earth, and people just be humorous about it and don't be negative about it, and people will just love you for it. They'll heckle you a little bit. Just come straight out. It's just like jumping in the water. Don't dip your toes, jump right in. If you're a flat earther, just come straight out and own it. Own it. And then you'll be glad and you'll never look back. Put it on your page. Go on videos right away. Come on the show, on Karen's show, and show your face for the first time. It'll be exhilarating and you'll never look back. Because that's what we all have to do to win. We have to be brave and show our faces and make that noise even louder.
Yeah. I'm starting to make videos and put flat earth on them. But yeah, because a lot of my photos of the sky are out of focus, I'm copying a lot of shit from the Glovers. Because I just like looking at the energy patterns in the stars, you know, like when they go out of focus and you can see the colors going through it and you can see the energy pulsating. And yeah, but they're giving me heaps about being out of focus. That's okay, I'll get it.
Yeah, and so Trouble goes out with her P900.
I took 600 photos and filmed just in the last 3 days. Planets. I've got so much stuff to go through. It's
I love how we all contribute. It's so wonderful. You know, we don't know what we're doing. We're just all doing it the best we can, and then, you know, it's awesome. I love, like, for me, I'm not a photography person at all, but I love it. Like a good friend of mine, a flat earther, Alex Carrion and Crass King, they always post their photos with their P900 of the moon, of Saturn and stuff like that. And it's like, when you can see those pictures from trusted friends, and you're like, that's nothing like NASA. Just more and more reconfirms and reconfirms. And yeah, that's good. Were you always a photographer, or is it just because the flat earth inspired you?
No, I always liked photography. I'm a bit arty, so I've been writing heaps of poems, I guess. You know, just the information that I'm learning, I'm trying to rewrite it in simpler terms so that I can explain it to other people, because there's so much information and so many topics, and you seem to have to be an expert in all of them. So I'm just trying to simplify the info, and I'm trying to get out keywords. So I make a lot of memes. I have a lot of spare time, so I just try to find anything to.
Hey Joey, you don't know Trouble. Obviously, you just met her now, but she had a stroke, and they wanted to give her every kind of medication possible, and she's kind of cured herself without it, haven't you, Trouble?
Yeah, I've been really lucky. I didn't know how sick I was or injured, and I didn't know it wasn't possible not to heal myself, so I just assumed I was going to heal anyway. And the part of my brain that was affected, I was off at the ferries for at least 12 months, so I didn't cry, none of those emotions. Had no little voice inside my head. It was very quiet in there. It was very peaceful. So yeah, I've spent the last 6 years trying to relearn how to think, only to get here and find out that you shouldn't think if you want to be.
How did you cure it again? I missed how you cured it.
Just belief. I just believed it could cure it. It would heal itself. I stayed away from the doctor. Luckily, I ran into somebody online who was into, natural healing. So it got me off the last of my medication because it wasn't making any sense. I didn't have high blood pressure. I had cluster migraines, and then it ended up as a stroke. And it's a cerebral infarction of unknown origin. And I've got 10 different patches all around my head, so they can't work out what happened. So I'm allowed to kind of, and the neurologist said, oh, there's nothing we can do for you, go home and have a nice life. So I'm allowed to slip under the radar and do whatever I want because they don't have a cure for me. So I just went off all the medication, and that alone just made me feel better. And then, just learning how to eat better. I've still got a long way to go because I've...
Cure is to stay away from the doctors, that's for sure.
Yeah. And that's kind of where I'm at now. I scare everybody off with the flat earth, but they all scare me because they all take me to, to a doctor. Everybody I meet, and it's like, no.
I had pancreatic cancer like 7 or 8 years ago, 9 years or whatever it was. And I cured it naturally too. And luckily I didn't go to the doctor. So yeah, it's basically the doctors are going to kill you with their placebo effect diagnosis and their horrible medicine. So yeah, just like you, I cured myself too, and we all have the
Oh, Joey.
You never heard that, Karen?
No.
It's one of my most famous stories in Flat Earth, and it's a regimen that everybody can do on a 2-day fast. It's called the Cancer Cookie Cure. It's a Trojan horse attack. And I can explain it real quickly, but I did that protocol that was developed by Dr. Simolini of Italy, an Italian oncologist. He figured out that baking soda kills all cancer cells, but cancer cells protect themselves with your own tumor. So he found a scientific way. He found 2 ingredients, baking soda, which alkalizes and kills the cancer, giving it apoptosis, and a delivery mechanism, which is blackstrap molasses. Blackstrap molasses and baking soda, sodium bicarbonate, when heated together, they form one molecular bond, and then when froze together, they become stable. So you do a 2-day fast and you eat these cookies. What happens, the Trojan horse effect takes place. So your body has cancers in it, but it uses your own skin tissue to perform a cocoon. So even if you take Alka-Seltzer or sodium bicarbonate, it will do nothing. But if you fast for a few days, the tumor cells that are protecting as a cocoon this cancer are hungry too. Candida and cancer love sugar. They allow it in as one single molecule, instant cancer apoptosis. It works for all internal cancers instantly, just like that, and it's suppressed knowledge. And this is something that I came out with years ago, and you can look at it online. It's all over the place. It's just suppressed knowledge. And the average person doesn't even die of cancer anyways. I mean, nobody dies of cancer, but the average person has acquired cancer 7 times in their life without even knowing it, and their body fought it off naturally. That's probably what the flu is and stuff. The doctor's diagnosis and medical treatments is what kills you. People who are bald and in wheelchairs is because of the chemo. people just don't realize that, just like with volcanoes. But I've been through so many things in my life that I'm the perfect truther, because I'm just going to tell on everybody.
And you know how you mentioned bicarb soda? That actually cures, because I still get migraines every now and then. If I take half a teaspoon, half a teaspoon of bicarb in half a glass of water, the migraines grow within about 30 seconds.
Yeah,
and
not only
that's
that,
the lights and the nausea and the headache. All three things go.
it's
And
so
you don't
good.
feel worn out afterwards.
So good for you. You should have it as part of your diet. Also, ash is another thing that people are missing from their diet. But sodium bicarbonate is something you can have all the time. And if you're like a coffee drinker and you don't want to have an acidic diet because it's bad for you, you can put the tiniest pinch of sodium bicarbonate and make sure it's aluminum free. Put a pH stick in there and you'll see that it went to neutral instead of being acidic. So sodium bicarbonate is the most untalked about. It's like apple cider vinegar. Those two things, have them in your cupboard. They're your best friends. Besides cannabis. Cannabis is your other best friend.
Yeah, and I'm hearing about magnesium too, because also I think
Magnesium's a hoax. Magnesium's
Oh,
a
is
hoax. All vitamins are a hoax. Anytime they want to concentrate something and take that one form and put it on you, it's just Mother Nature. Our body has a gut flora inside of it designed to distribute all these nutrients and make whatever it wants out of them. Just don't go to GNC or anything that's even close to it. All you need to do is put natural oils on your skin that contain magnesium, those types of things. Anytime you synthesize something like ascorbic acid from vitamin C, you're actually tampering with your body. Instead of healing yourself, you're actually increasing your white blood cell count in the name of healing. So it's like cutting off your nose to spite your face because of the uneducation of it. And to make it easier, no supplements. Don't take any supplements. They're all a scam. All you need to do is eat foods. And our bodies are omnivores.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I've been doing, because apart from being lazy, I lost a lot of sight and memory. So I couldn't do half these regimes that people were coming up with. So mostly nothing has much changed in my life, except I'm trying to cut out sugar and all that sort of stuff. And I'm
do the raw
feeling
food diet.
that way.
Do the raw food diet, and you won't have to cut out sugar. The raw food diet is the best diet in the world to be on, and all you do, it's a high sugar, low fat, low protein diet that every animal except for us is on, and every other animal doesn't eat their food cooked except for us. And Pottinger's cats prove that if a being were to eat cooked food, that they would go sterile. And if a being were to eat half cooked and half raw, they'll be done sterile. But an all raw diet creates nothing but a flourishing human being or animal. So you should try the raw food diet. It'll change your life.
I have been it's hot here. I have a lot of frozen fruit, and so I've been making frozen fruit drinks.
Perfect.
But I still think I'm missing a lot of like nuts and all the other sort of stuff.
Get the raw nuts, but you know what you're probably forgetting is dairy. Dairy is the most important thing to add to a raw food diet. Dairy like crazy, cheeses, milks, yogurts, you name it, and fermented stuff. You can be creative with it and make stuff taste like the old foods you used to enjoy. For example, I take raw sauerkraut and cheese and it tastes like Cheetos. I know it sounds funny, but you get creative with this and you start making cakes and tamales and sandwiches, and it just becomes your lifestyle. And think of it like this. Here's the basic way to explain to you why everybody who's ever eaten cooked food is damaging their body, and why you can't ever eat any cooked food is explained right here. It's because of this. Anytime you consume cooked food, you're damaging your body for multiple reasons, but here's the reason we'll concentrate on. All food contains enzymes inside of itself to digest that particular protein, fat, or sugar that's contained within it. We'll take an example of milk for something that most people know of. We all know what lactose intolerance is. Lactose intolerance came about the same time that pasteurized milk came about. It used to be delivered to our door. Here's the reason why I'm giving the example. If you're lactose intolerant and you drink pasteurized milk, which is heated milk, the enzyme lactase has been burned out of it, so you can therefore no longer digest the sugar called lactose in it, giving you diarrhea and gas. However, if you drink raw milk, that same person that's lactose intolerant will not get lactose intolerant because it contains the enzyme called lactase in it. What happens if you drink pasteurized milk that is enzyme lactase free because it's been boiled out? Well, you have to go to the store and buy a pill called lactate. And what's in the ingredients? Lactase. So bottom line is this, you guys. Our bodies are rejecting it. We're having to send out a tremendous amount of white blood cells that requires a tremendous amount of energy to reproduce more, all because we're all consuming cooked foods. So it doesn't matter. There's no such thing as a superfood. Just don't eat cooked food. That's it. It's real simple. No animal eats cooked food, just us, and we suffer for it. Pottinger's cats and Weston A. Price prove that beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah. Yeah, I know if you heat food over 37 degrees or something, it kills all the enzymes.
Yeah,
The
you
enzymes
know, and that's what it's all about.
Stomach so that you can absorb it. So yeah, we're
And check
sitting
this
with too
out.
much digested food in our stomach.
Check this out. You don't need to fast anymore when you're on this diet either, because the only reason that fasting works so good for people is because they're not eating consumed foods. I mean, sorry, eating cooked foods. That's the reality of it. So on this diet, you're eating all day long. You can eat raisins and bananas, and that's not all I eat, obviously. That's just snack food. I eat sandwiches and tamales. You'll see the raw food diet is, oh, talk about eating good. You don't restrict your salt. You don't restrict anything. You feel like you're a king or a queen. So you'll love it. It's a thriving diet. You'll see vegans sometimes out of shape. You'll see vegetarians sometimes out of shape. You'll see people who go to the gym all the time sometimes out of shape. You'll never find one raw foodist out of shape. You never will. I lost 50 pounds in 4 weeks, which is a month, on the raw food diet, and no skin, loose skin, nothing like that. I got like a 19 pack. I'm vascular, and I'm just eating really good, healthy raw foods and loving it. But the first 3 weeks are hard, okay, because you break a new habit or make a new habit in 3 weeks. So just try and do it for 3 weeks. If you make it 3 weeks, you'll do it the rest of your life.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah. I try to tell everybody the raw food diet. I mean, us heroes, we need to be on the thriving diet. They want us to have cooked food, like even sauteed mushrooms and tomatoes bringing out the lycopene. It's all rubbish. If you heat oil, you make it rancid. Rancid oil? No way would you put that in your body. It tastes good. That's the only reason we'll allow them to trick us into thinking sauteed this or that is good for us. It's rancid oil. It only belongs in your body if it's extra virgin and it's been in the refrigerator and it's pure. You know what I mean? They're having us poison ourselves in the name of health. Some people think they're healthy because they're eating low fat or whatever it is. You're still consuming cooked food, then you're only, you're damaging yourself no matter what. Even the paleo diet, you're just damaging yourself.
Our immune system's in our stomach.
Yeah.
So you've got to have more good bacteria than bad bacteria. You can still have some bad bacteria. You can't have an overlay. I think that's why.
And here's another perfect example of that. You're exactly spot on. And what do they sell us? Prebiotics so we can increase our gut flora. But it's actually the opposite. You don't want foreign gut flora. We already have it. We should be eating bananas with that little banana peel that's on it. That's called a prebiotic. That feeds the probiotics that are already in our gut flora. It turns out all you have to do is feed what's already existing in there. You don't want to insert a foreign invader. So that's why I have several examples of many different things, but just don't trust a GNC type of place. Everything they have there is the opposite of what's good for you. Eat just natural foods. Probiotics is not the way. Prebiotics from food like orange peel, banana peel, etc. is all you need. Mother Nature gave it to us. Man just tries to make it better, supposedly they say, but it's making us worse.
I have to admit, I did enjoy being on the probiotics, but they're very expensive, and yeah, there's got to be a natural way to do it because it's just more chemicals.
Right.
So you're defeating the purpose.
Amen. And think about what the placebo effect of what the doctors say to you. No matter what your ailment is, let's say you have cancer, right? And they go, well, my uncle died of chemotherapy. They called it dying of cancer. And that's why I'm so strong on this too, because I survived it and he didn't, because nobody wanted to listen to me. But now I'll go in there and throw over the tables because I learned my lesson. But the diagnosis that they give you, the placebo effect does work. If they say you have stage 3 terminal cancer, you have 6 months to live, and you actually believe that white coat, your body acts accordingly. The placebo effect is real. And then they start killing you with all the other stuff. So yeah, the doctors.
I watched this doco. There's these 2 young guys in Australia, and they're trying to change people's habits. And they took all these people that needed a knee operation, and one lot, half of them, they did the knee operation on, and the other half, they just cut it open, sewed it up, and told them that they did the operation. They had the same recovery rate in both groups. So yeah, I think how am I healing myself? Belief that my body knows how to do it, even if I don't know what it's doing. Because I haven't got a clue how to heal myself. But I think my body does, so I just let it do what it's supposed to do.
The opposite of that, though, is what you just said, the human belief. So there was a rat study that was done, and they had rats treading water in a glass cage. A glass pool that they could never escape, and all healthy rats. One control group was in the dark, and one control group was in the light, so they could see. see better. So they blocked it off to where it was more. Rats have vision at nighttime, but it's not the same as it is in the daytime, right? So they knocked off the lights to where it wasn't visible for them. The rats that couldn't see only lived about 12 hours. The rats that could see lived about 7 days. It's hope. It's all about hope. And that's what it's all about. And so if the placebo effect,
because she didn't have those voices in her head. So she's not going to be telling herself, oh, whoa. She didn't have those voices.
No, not at all. I had no voice in my head. It was just, it was calm. It was nice. And
isn't it amazing to know that the average person gets a cancer 7 times in their life without knowing it and fights it off? What a sham the cancer industry is. It's like every time someone got the flu, they give you chemotherapy for it. You know what I mean? It makes no sense.
When I was pregnant, they do those blood sugar tests on you, and one of them came up high, and they were like, you might be pre-eclectic or whatever it is. And so I went home for the next test and didn't have cups of tea and Coke for 3 days. Went back and had the test again, and it was fine. So, yeah, it's even like your blood pressure. My mum lives on blood pressure tablets. But your blood pressure can go up and down several times during a day. So to take it one reading and say that's what your blood pressure is, it's not accurate.
They lie about everything, that's why. They even lie about cholesterol. Cholesterol is good for you. Your body produces it naturally. You want to have a good high cholesterol count. Your high blood pressure or your low pulse, it depends on your own basal metabolic rate of your body. They don't put that into an equation. They just put it on an average, and they don't, you know what I mean? And we're just being suckered into their Gatorade campaigns of it being nourishing for our body, when in fact, everything's a lie, and it's a manipulated lie. You have to be looking for
Astral tablets, and I've never been on a diet in my life because I'm like more underweight than overweight. And then, my mum's been on blood pressure tablets for 50 years now. Why? What? Yeah. Forgot what I was going to say.
No, it's just insanity. You're right. I mean, why? I mean, it's crazy. We're on so many medications now for so many fake disorders, and that's what
I was going to say. They changed the guidelines. So when my grandmother was my age,
they allowed a person to diagnose you with an opinion. That's crazy. A psychologist can diagnose somebody with ADHD and give them Ritalin.
Well, high blood pressure used to be 160. Now it's 140.
Same thing with cholesterol. Cholesterol, they keep on narrowing it down to where everybody on Earth is going to have to be on statins. And how else are we going to synthesize vitamin D? How else are we going to have cognitive ability without cholesterol? It's like, that's what they do.
Yeah. And they're meant to be the ones saving you. And so if you can't go to the doctors, and then I'm not much for religion either, because they don't tell you that you can heal yourself. It's all about, Jesus and God saved you. And neither of them came to my rescue when I was sick. Church didn't turn up. The doctor said, go home, we can't help you. Like, what the fuck? Different language. The two groups that are supposed to help you are nowhere to be seen. Or if they do come and help you, they're actually poisoning you. So I don't know how long they expect people are going to allow nurses to come into their house and poison us and say thank you. It's just crazy.
Yeah, especially as well, like a lot of the illnesses will happen because of taking the medication in the first place. You're never getting better.
This warfarin that they've got me on. I go to an ABIOS meeting, which is the Acquired Brain Injury Society. So you've got everybody from aneurysms to strokes to car accidents and whatever. And like the warfarin, it's been taken off the market in America because it's 10 times more likely to have a stroke if you're on it. And half the room's on it, and they're going, you're twice as likely to have a stroke than anybody else now that you've had one. So you need to be taking this medication. So you can't even go to any of these support groups because they all want you on the medication, and it's all about medicine, and there's nothing about healing at all. Complete nightmare.
Yeah, nobody really knows what they're doing, all caught up in the matrix.
Well, what's going to happen is people are they're going to wake up from either losing property, or losing health. They're the two topics. And I kind of want to wake everybody before they get there. I don't want everyone to be sick. Not in this system, because they won't let you heal. And I do find it all related to flat Earth because NASA's part of the pharmaceutical company. I think the first concentration camp was made in Germany before the World War, and it was by Brewer because they wanted cheap labour for their pharmaceutical drugs. So I see medicine, the pharmaceutical industry is a part of NASA. I just see it as all connected. And that's why I came into flat Earth, because I thought, well, if you can pull NASA down, maybe that will get rid of the pharmaceutical industry too.
Wow, NASA's in that as well, is it? Oh, great.
Well, yeah, the same organisations behind the scene, like the same group of people, sort of thing. Yeah, like everything, it's all connected. They're the ones that went in and made religion and then ruined religion, made science, ruined science, make laws, then you find out the laws are completely reversed to what you think they are. I mean, I know it's not one person, it can't be, there's got to be a group of them, but yeah. They're in every piece of corruption across the planet, it seems.
Karen, I have to get going.
Yeah.
Sorry,
well, that's not. It's been a real pleasure. I don't know why we haven't had a hangout before. I think I've asked you before, but
no,
you
perfect timing. I'm so happy, and my note that I want to leave everybody with is, please do me a favor. All the people that support me, that follow me and everything, I'm asking you guys one favor. It's not that hard. Just go to the Sun and Moon family and subscribe. That's all you got to do. That's called Flat Earth Unity, right? Okay? So subscribe. It doesn't matter if you follow them, nothing. Follow a lot of people, okay? Just hit subscribe. Let's get this thing going, and that's all I'm trying to do. Who cares what truth I'm saying? Who cares what truth you're saying? As long as it's the truth and you can back it up and you're converting people, then we're winning. And that's what Karen's doing. So please, please, please subscribe. And other than that, I'll see you on Facebook. I'll see you on Facebook in like 2 hours.
Joey, we'd like to know what when you go and do those photography on the other on the volcano. I'd love. Well, sorry, the Notga volcano. I'd love you to come back and when you've done that in a few weeks' time.
I'll tell you what. If you want, you'll be the first place that I go to, and you guys can dig my head for any questions. And you know what I tell people too, Karen? Try to stump me. I have no problem with it. If I can't answer one single question, then hey, don't listen to me. I don't know what I'm talking about. I've studied this for 12 years. I'm putting my reputation of vaccines and all that stuff on the stake because, look, this is not even my dog in the race. My dog in the race is other stuff. But this is just something that, everybody's got to be a whistleblower. I don't want to do it. I'm stuck in this. And I even like the guy I'm blowing the whistle on. So I don't know if that was a good ending, but I love you, Karen. I love what you're doing. I love everybody. And please subscribe.
We love you too, Joey. Thank you so much for coming on. Been an absolute pleasure, my darling. Mwah.
Say goodbye, everybody. Say goodbye.
Bye, darling.
You take kisses.
Oh, look
adorable.
Vaccine free and healthy as can be.
Look at her. She's beautiful. Oh, and he's gone. Yeah, Trouble. We've not seen you for a little bit.
No, I had a bit of computer problems. I've still got them, but it's running a bit better now.
Yeah, I'm going to in a few weeks' time organise another ladies' night. I wondered whether it won't be next week. It'll be the week after, probably Thursday.
Yep.
Maybe you'd like to come on and I know that you'll join later on because otherwise you have to be up at about the crack of dawn, don't you, to come on our hangout?
Yeah, and I'm not very good at getting up early.
I'm going to add your name. Trouble is on my Trouble. You're in my book now. But I'll talk a bit more next week about this ladies' night.
Okay.
No, that was a bit of a bummer then. But you're back now.
Yeah, and I went to Victoria. I had a few family things happen, so I was.
Oh yeah, you told me.
Yeah, so it's hard to get on the internet.
Yeah, but sometimes it's okay to take a bit of a break.
It was actually nice to get out into the real world, except the TV killed me everywhere I went. Oh my goodness, because I don't watch TV anymore. And I can't shut up. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's not true. How can you listen to this shit?
Oh, Patricia there.
And even mumble like, oh, I thought you'd handle this because it's, it's nature. But then the guy goes, and evolution. I'm like, no, Mum, I can't watch it.
Oh, Trouble, 1 second. Patricia, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello, my darling. You've been quiet all night.
Night. Oh, it's morning, isn't it?
Yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah.
A few hours into Saturday. Did you enjoy the hangout?
Yeah, we're still live, aren't we?
We are still live.
Oh, I'm gonna say, yeah. Some quite interesting things that I picked up.
Yeah, the lightning starts from the ground.
Hi, Trouble.
Yeah, I've been hearing that about lightning too. That, yeah, they suck it up. Like, I don't know who it is, but somebody's on the internet and they're filming a lot of storms, and they think that they're seeing shapes of ships inside the storms that are creating them. Like, and they've even got like cloaking devices. So I think there's a lot of things up in the sky.
Cloaking devices.
Yeah, so you can't even really sort of see the ships. They just look like whatever the sky is around them. And then sometimes they don't quite get it right, and that's where they stand out. And there's like straight edges in these clouds. And what did you say that made me talk about that? Yeah.
Because Patricia was saying there were some very interesting things talked about tonight.
Of that lightning. Oh, that's what he was saying. He was showing that that they actually draw lightning up from the ground to this ship, and then maybe charge themselves, and then discharge some of it back out again. And it was skipping between the ships. It was connecting. Yeah, it was pretty interesting stuff. He doesn't have a lot of footage, and it's not very clear because up in the clouds and that. But yeah, it's an interesting theory.
Hey, Fraymo has joined us again. Fraymo.
Hey, hi.
Hello, my darling, you're back. I must say that we'll be on for just a little bit longer, but it's 2:15 a.m. in the UK. You're still up, are you? You got back on the underground?
Yeah, I got out the underground. Yeah, I'm up. I'm still up.
Yeah, Joey's gone, Flatfred's gone. We're here with Trouble about she's in Australia, and Patricia was just talking then. So, Trouble, this is Fraymo. Fraymo's is Trouble.
Hi, Fraymo.
Hello, Trouble. Why did you call yourself Trouble?
Yeah, man. Trouble about. It's a game name I used to use in a war game that I sucked at, so I just used to go around annoying people. And then it just automatically came with my YouTube account. I think I don't quite understand a lot of technology, but yeah, I think I'd had the strokes, so I don't really remember.
Oh, you can use that sometimes, though, can you?
Oh, that's a great excuse. It amazes me though how much memories we store and how they're connected to each other. Because I've just sat here, 6 years, so I've just sort of watched going from a complete zombie to slowly coming back to life as memories started to come back and functions and things.
So that's good that they have started to come back then.
Yeah. I don't think I've got too much further to go. Maybe another year or two. But I'm just trying to work on my sight. That's the biggest thing, not being able to drive and see properly. So I'm just mentally telling myself that as all the other things start to improve, the sight will go along at the same rate. So
just in case Fraymo doesn't know, Trouble about a few years ago had a stroke, And obviously they were wanted to give her masses of medication, which she didn't take, and she's kind of cured herself, if that's the right wording.
Well, healed. Yeah, and
Healed.
I'm rewiring my brain. So I've learned heaps about the brain and how sight works. So I understand a little bit more about what we are or aren't. Yeah, well, like we're pretty amazing the way we can see, because our brains sit in complete darkness. They never see the light of day. Yet we can see. We have this, this hologram thing in front of us, and we have hearing. But none of it really exists, and yet it does. So I'm completely fascinated by it, and thought, how we think. Especially after spending so long not thinking. Just the whole thing fascinating. What now I'm starting to think. I think that it's for a little while before I found flat Earth. I actually thought Earth was inside out, and I thought space was actually looking in at the mechanics of Earth. So I've started now to think, I think the Big Bang is just describing thoughts. Because thought needs space to expand in. And then thought makes movement, which makes sound, which makes light. Then you get all the stuff. And I've got photos where they've gone, take CGI now, but anyway, it works for me, of deep space, and then photos of our, our brain, or the neurology or whatever, the sparks in the brain, and they're very identical. So we have this huge theory of thinking that space is our brain, our consciousness.
Yep, I agree with you with all that. It is strange, isn't it, with something that's in complete darkness, and yet, we're looking on the outside.
Well, yeah, and then what side is upside down and back to front? So
Me and Patricia were talking about that today, and they say that our sight, we see everything upside down, and our brain turns it round, and you think, is that all just a load of rubbish as well?
Well, yeah, I'm thinking otherwise I am really walking on the roof. I am really upside down, but so is everybody else.
Because what that means is, you're right, we're living upside down then.
But then there's nothing out there anyway.
We're upside down.
We've made it all up in our heads, but yet we've made up a similar thing that the person next to us has made up. We might not see the exact same colour, but we're still going to agree that the sky's blue. I find that fascinating. So I don't think we made this meat. I don't know. I have no idea.
Hey,
I just like looking at it.
Fraymo, what's your thoughts on that then? He's gone away for a bit. Patricia, what's your thoughts on that?
I'll be back in a second.
Okay. Patricia, what's your thoughts on that? Because you said tonight there's a few things that you liked.
Yeah, they just sort of resonated with me.
The volcano stuff, or the eating stuff, or Joey, what else did you did so many things?
A bit of everything. My mind's gone blank at the minute, but while they were speaking, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. It just, because we don't know, especially what Joey was saying as well. It's just like I was speaking to you earlier, and it was on about, like I just said, about supposedly we see things upside down and our eyes convert, everything's upside down and our eyes convert it to be level. So I'm like, just everything we've been told just doesn't seem to make sense now when you really look into things. And it's not until something pops up in your head and you go, oh yeah, I remember being told about that. How the heck would they know? I was saying about, they say that before you die, you see, the last thing you see is imprinted on your eyes. I mean, I don't know how true that is to start with, whether that was just in a film or what, but you think, well, How would they know that? Like dogs can see loads of different colours. How would they know that? A dog can't tell you, can it?
I got sucked in by the one that you lose weight when you die. And I thought, oh, that makes perfect sense because that's just the weight of knowledge leaving with you. But it turns out that nobody's actually been on a set of scales when they died. And it was just conjecture by this guy that wrote a thing about it. And it's not true. So as my memories come back, I've had to question everything because I don't remember where I learned it from, and now I'm suspicious of everything. Even like empathy, they say empathy, you're not born with it; it's a learnt trait. Well, really, or is that just an excuse for them to go do the horrendous things they do because they just claim that they didn't learn empathy, and then they get to blame society and their family and everybody else?
I think empathy comes with you from when you're a child. You have it as a child.
Yeah, I think it's inbuilt. So I think they're lying when they say that they didn't learn empathy. I don't know.
I think everything's inbuilt. It's just society and your family and your friends. I mean, I'm not saying they do it knowingly, but it's just life that gives you all these negativities. Well, brings them more to the forefront. But ultimately, you are who you are. I wouldn't say I'm a nice person because somebody did something nice to me. I've always been a nice person. You know what I mean? So it's got to have been there from the beginning. You don't develop niceness.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm not being nice because I want to go to heaven and I'm scared of going to hell. No, I want to be nice because it makes me feel good because that's the way I was built.
Yeah, exactly. You
Part
can't.
of who you are, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, it's you're either a nice person or a horrible person, and I'm glad that I'm a nice person because I wouldn't want to be a horrible person. When you think about, I know people keep mentioning it, duality. Well, we have positive and negative thoughts, and we have to understand that we will always have them. It's part of being who we are, but it's how we act on them. If you have a positive thought, you act on it on a positive. I know it sounds silly. In a positive way, and if you have negative, you react negatively. But we can choose to follow the positive ones and accept we're going to have negative thoughts. And once you get that into your head, it's a lot easier. You just go, right, negative thought, go away. I know a lot of people have problems with things like that, but once you realise that you're always going to have them and to not let them affect you, I know it's easier said than done, but
and to recognise that half those thoughts aren't true, the negative thoughts, is like, just Jew, you're a shithead. It's like, well, actually, no, I'm not. Maybe I stuffed up then, but I'm not, So at times you've got to tell that little voice that it's wrong and not listen to it. Or listen to it for a second and improve yourself and move on.
Yeah, and
also, go on, Patricia.
And also to forgive yourself if you have a negative thought, because it's part of who you are. It's if you've ever noticed a negative thought, it always comes from something else. Doesn't really and some of them are so silly. This is just me personally. I'm not saying that everybody has silly negative thoughts, but when you really analyse them and go, why am I thinking like that? Why, I mentioned it to Karen. I'm not going to say anything on air, but I'm like, I had a really nice time, nice positives, and then I just picked up on one little negative, and it destroyed. Well, it hasn't destroyed, but it took away the nice positive things. And if, like I said, once you realise that we have the negative thoughts, I don't know why we have them, or but
I find that they're really addictive, more than like good thoughts. For some unknown reason, it's addictive to be in a bad mood, and once you're there, you want to just be more angrier and everything. You know, like yeah. And the other thing to remember is like negative thoughts create negative chemicals in your body, which are going to harm you, and positive thoughts create positive chemicals, which are going to heal you. So another thing you can do when you find yourself in negative thoughts, like you can't stay there because you will make yourself sick.
Yeah.
That's one.
Well, that's why a lot of people have depression because, I mean, I suffer from depression. I've done it, I've had it pretty much all my life, to be honest. But I didn't realise what it was. But you can sometimes it's out of your control, and you just think, right, okay, I can feel myself going down. It starts with like just feeling down, and then if you let it, not that you're supposed to let it, but I'm just saying if you let it, it can make you feel ill.
Yeah,
and
it does.
I had that last year where I lost real load of weight. I wasn't eating properly because I was depressed because the doctors weren't listening to me. They weren't giving me any pain medication. And now they're saying that I lost all my weight because I've got enzyme deficiencies and I'm not digesting my food. And I'm like, well, has that only just started then? You know, maybe over the years it has caused that, but that wasn't the reason that I've lost the weight. That I've lost the weight because I was depressed. I wasn't looking after myself. And anyway, that's a different story. But yeah, you can. If I was upset, because the doctors weren't listening to me, I went into depression. And
yeah,
so yeah, it does.
Sorry.
It does make you ill.
I get what I call situation depression. So I've been depressed a few times in my life, but it seems to come with a situation that I can't control and is depressing.
Yeah.
And and that's what I don't think we allow ourselves is just that, you know, situation depression. And once the situation clears itself, you go back to being your normal, happy self again.
Yeah, there's the serenity prayer, isn't there?
But I actually got depression because it comes with any major illness. So I got it with the strokes. And they tried mindfulness on us, which is really, if you've ever heard of that, it started from Eckhart Tolle, which is a Buddhist. But they've taken out all the religion, and it's just about recognizing your. So it's not about meditating and stopping yourself from thinking. It's about because I hate meditating because my brain just doesn't shut up. Especially now that it's thinking, I don't want it to shut up. I don't want to go back to no man's land of deadness. Yeah, so it's just recognizing your thoughts, and when you have a bad thought, you just go, righto, brain, thanks for that. Next thought, because your brain will constantly.
I think what happens, Bubble. I think what happens is that when we get those fearful, well, the words or those words we don't like or the problem, you get a flight and fright thing on it. And the thing is, you start panicking maybe a bit. It goes on, but you have to realise it will pass. Once you know it can pass and you can move on, it's different then. It's because you don't think you can get out of it.
To tell you the truth, I'm a really relaxed, easygoing person. And a friend said they wanted to move in the other week, and it actually brought anxiety on. And I actually understood, you know, it was at Jay or whoever comes on who's talking about anxiety. That's the first time in ages I've felt anxious because it was going to be a situation I didn't want to be in.
James, New Zealand.
And I didn't know what to do about it. Yeah, so that was horrible, actually.
Poor Trouble. They didn't move in then.
No, I had to say no, because, you know.
I think you're probably used to your own space as well, aren't you? Like someone moving in, it's a bit low.
Yeah, well, I've helped this person out before, you know, and I've got kids here, and I don't have room for it. And yeah, I thought I had to until somebody said, "Well, why don't you just say no?" And I thought, "Oh, why not just I don't know."
We find it so hard to say no, though. So it's in a way, when you know that you have no option but to say no, it's better. But when, you know, say you had a lot of room and you didn't have kids there and stuff like that, and you were in a position where you could say yes, but you really wanted to say no, it's a lot harder to say no because you've got no sort of excuse to say no. But yeah,
And I guess that's a lot what's going on out in society. You know, everybody's being put into situations, especially with bills and money, and you know, just trying to survive. And they can't control it, and it's causing anxiety. And anxiety is completely different from stress. It felt really panicked, opposed to just, you know, grumpy stress, or just generally being unhappy stress.
yeah, because at the end of the day, you can't make yourself unhappy for the sake of someone else, to be honest. Because when you think about happiness, it has to come from within. And if somebody else isn't, you know, expecting someone else to make you happy doesn't work, because they will, you know, they don't know you better than you know yourself. Do you know what I mean? You know yourself, and you know what things will make you happy, and expecting someone else to make you happy doesn't really work. You have to, you know, because I'm at a period in my life where I'm living on my own, so there's only me to entertain. There's only me that has to make myself happy, and I've got to do it. My kids used to make me happy because I focused on them. I didn't focus on myself, and now I'm having to focus on myself. It's daunting. You just think, I've actually got to think about myself, and it's so hard because I know what makes me happy. I know what I like doing, but then I get a bit bored with it because I'm not. I don't know. I suppose it's a bit like validation. There's lots of topics and things that I think, why do I need to be validated that I'm doing the right thing? I should do it myself. I should validate myself. But because I've never really had much self-esteem and stuff like that, I tend to, you know, like I'll make something. I'm a bit of a crafter, and I'll make something. And when my son lived here, I'd be constantly, do you like this? Do you like this? Do you like this? And he's going, yeah, Mum, it's lovely. And I'm thinking, he don't really mean that. He's just saying it because I'm wanting him to validate. But when you realise he's not actually validating it because you need to do that yourself. So I like that. And that's what I kept saying. I like that. If nobody else liked it, I'm not really bothered. I like that. I've made that. I spent hours doing that. Anyway, I'm waffling out. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's even just the doing. Like, I mean, I listen to people playing music and it's bloody terrible. But then you get in and you sing yourself and it feels so good. So, yeah, I think we're meant to we're meant to experience, because it makes us feel good.
You weren't waffling, Patricia. It was really nice that you were saying something. She sits so quietly listening into our hangouts. She usually can't get a word in edgeways because by the time she's pressed her button, we've moved on, and so she doesn't say anything, and she sits there listening. So it's really great that you're saying something.
Yeah, I suppose so. I just feel like sometimes I just talk about myself, but the only experience I've got is me. I can't speak for anyone else because it's not my place to speak for someone else. I can only speak about me. And I know that sounds like me, but it's not. I haven't got any other experience than my experience.
No, I understand that, because I mean, everything I talk about comes from about healing and stuff. So it's hard to kind of go into flat Earth and not drag all that with me, or into any topic, because it's who we are.
Yeah.
Can I just say, I know that Fraymo has joined back up with us, but we have been going now for 4.5 hours.
Wow.
I mean, I know that you've not long joined us, Trouble, which is a bit annoying, really, because we always enjoy talking to you. You're such a lovely lady.
I've been listening for a while, but I didn't want to jump on because everybody was, they were good topics. I like hanging in the chat, the typing chat room, because I'm only just getting back to repracticing and so having conversations verbally. Like, I didn't speak for a year or two, so it's still a bit daunting to get things out my mouth sometimes.
Oh, you've done really well, and it's not always so easy to come live and talk in front of other people, is it? It isn't.
Well, I used to be a real chatterbox. So that's slowly coming back.
Well, don't mean to be a party pooper there. We've been going, like I say, for getting on for 4.75 hours. I've really enjoyed today. We've had some amazing chats and new friends, Fraymo. And obviously, I know Jerry Rocha really well, but a lot of people may not know him because he spends a lot of time on Facebook. But it's been a really great hangout, and thank you to everybody in the chat room who's been there and listening in and watching this, and to everybody that's been on the panel today, and those that are left. Mwah. Fraymo, if you're still there, we say goodbye off air. Thank you, everybody. We are back tomorrow. We should be talking to Rob Taylor, who is a pilot. And so see you tomorrow night. An extra one on Sun and Moon, but it was just when this person could come on, so we're coming on tomorrow. Anyway, Trouble, Patricia, Fraymo, mwah. Chat room, mwah.
Hello.
Hey, Fraymo.
How you doing?
Yeah, we're going to go off air right now, but we'll say goodbye off air. But anyway, thank you, everybody.
Bye
from us.
Bye.
Bye. Love you all.